It's a recorded program and take you live now to Capitol Hill, where a House panel is investigating sexual assaults at the U.S. Military Service Academies. We expect to hear from the superintendents from the Naval Academy, Air Force Academy, and West Point. Live coverage here now on C-SPAN 3.
That's because that picture is still being taken right now. But I think without any objection, we will start with them in absentia and move forward. So this meeting will come to order. My name is Jackie Spear. I'm the chair of the Subcommittee of Military Personnel, and I welcome all of you who are here today, those who are witnesses, and those as members of the audience. I was profoundly disturbed when I read the annual report on sexual harassment and violence at the military service academies. The results show that after a decade plus of concerted efforts to address sexual harassment and assault, the problem has only grown worse. I believe we all appreciate how alarming these numbers are. I cannot stress enough that this survey is among the best measures of the prevalence of unwanted sexual contact and harassment at any university, company, or organization. The survey has been administered for over a decade with the same questions and an expert-approved measurement. 68% of the students participated. This isn't a blip, a Me Too bump, or some accident. It is a clear illustration of a destructive trend and a systemic problem. The report says that in 4 years, occurrences of unwanted sexual contact increased from 327 to 747, more than doubling the number of sexual assaults at the military academies. Now, the term unwanted sexual contact is being defined in the survey by asking very specific questions, which I'm going to read now, lest any of us think that this is some mild tap on the buttocks. The questions are: sexually touched, the question is unwanted sexual contact behavior. Sexually touched you, for example, intentionally touching of genitalia, buttocks, breasts if you are a woman, or made you sexually touch them. Attempted to make you have sexual intercourse, but was not successful. Made you have sexual intercourse. Attempted to make you perform or receive oral sex, anal sex, or penetration by a finger or object, but was not successful. Made you perform or receive oral sex, anal sex, or penetration by a finger or object. Those were the questions asked, and the answers to those in questions doubled from 327 to 747. What makes this even more disturbing is that the number of reported sexual assaults occurring at the academies remained stagnant. That means the numbers went up dramatically, but the numbers who actually reported stayed the same. Only 12% of assaulted individuals formally reported. So we have to ask the question, why is it that only 12% of those who have been sexually assaulted in the terms that I have just spoken did not come forward? Low reports should be no surprise, given that half of those who did report were retaliated against. 37% of those who reported experienced social ostracism, reflecting a culture defined by victim blaming. One of these 747 plus assaults and 69 unrestricted reports, the academies only convicted 4 perpetrators. Victims report at their own peril. That is the message that is being sent, because they are more likely to face consequences than their perpetrators. The case of Ariana Bullard and Stephanie Gross, former West Point students who had previously appeared before this subcommittee, demonstrate the problem. Ariana, a top swimming recruit, was ostracized by her peers when she reported that fellow swim team members had sexually harassed her as a freshman. So who was punished? She was. she had to train alone. Stephanie was violently raped the same year, and an investigation found insufficient evidence to bring charges against her rapist. After Stephanie was raped again, she considered not reporting, fearing that again no one would believe her. Stephanie reported anyway, and her attacker was convicted of assault, but not sexual assault. Stephanie and Ariana faced mounting retaliation in the form of mental fitness and drug tests until they chose to leave the academy. This type of treatment for the brave few that do report deters the rest. Meanwhile, half of all women at the academies reported being pervasively or severely sexually harassed in the 2017-2018 academic year. Think about that for a minute. 1/2 of the women cadets and midshipmen reported being sexually harassed. That's 1,622 future officers who start their careers being harassed by their peers. None of them reported formally, not one. Sex harassment can be a precursor to assault. We need to appreciate that. The survey also found that only 56% of the cadets and midshipmen think their peer leaders make honest and reasonable efforts to stop assault. So if the peer leaders are not people you can trust, it shouldn't surprise us that they're not reporting. And despite the department touting relatively high trust in uniformed leadership, that number of 70% is worse than it was 2 years ago. To live, study, and learn in an environment where harassment is so pervasive, expected, and accepted that half of all women are harassed and none report is a stunning rebuke in the confidence of the system and a stunning example of perseverance by the young women. My colleagues and I have had the privilege to appoint high school seniors for admission to the academies. It's one of the great privileges we have as members of Congress. They are consistently among the best, brightest, and most accomplished young people in our communities. They are earnest, respectful, and dedicated. And then they go away to school, and we get this. I wonder if we're missing something when we recommend them, if we should be looking more closely at their moral fitness, or if the culture at these schools is that corrupting. Perhaps it's a little bit of both. I do know this. 3 out of the 4 high school seniors that I recommended for admission this year are women. Women will continue to attend the academies and serve our country. All 3 academies freshman class have at least 24%. And I understand that next year the numbers will grow. So the number of women coming to the academies is only going to grow, and that's why it is essential that we fix this problem. These results don't call for tweaks and adjustments. The superintendents have been touting incremental fixes made after this survey were administered, but there is no reason we should expect adjustments to change the overall trend. This report is a scathing indictment of the Academy's culture. We need to expand our toolbox and use both carrots and sticks to hold perpetrators accountable and deter others through serious repercussions. Academy leaders must promote a strong culture of dignity, respect, educate students on right and wrong, and have zero tolerance for violations. The superintendents have said they're doing much of this, but the problem has gotten worse. Leaders must earn students' trust by making good on promises to impose severe penalties on predators. They must treat survivors uniformly, modeling best practices from other academies. And they must address the issues that stem from over 25% of the students self-identifying as being problematic drinkers. I guess my message really is quite simple. I'm putting the academies on notice. We're putting all of you in the situation where it's time for us to recognize that this is a crisis. And I intend to watch it like a hawk. You know, it's time for us to elevate the brave women and some men who come forward and knowing full well that retaliation is likely, and instead take the kinds of actions against perpetrators that will finally rid us of this rot. Today we have two panels. During the first panel, we will have the opportunity to hear from outside experts who have dedicated their careers to these sensitive issues. During the second panel, the Department of Defense and the superintendents of our military service academies will explain why their current approaches to this problem have failed and how we can rethink our approaches to sexual violence at our academies. I look forward to hearing from all of you today. But before I introduce our first panel, let me offer Ranking Member Kelly an opportunity to make some opening remarks.
Thank you to the chair. First, I want to congratulate Representative Spear on becoming the chairwoman of this very important subcommittee on the very important Armed Services Committee. I want to welcome our fellow members of the subcommittee on both sides. I look forward to working with each of you on all the issues impacting our service members and their families. I also am very troubled by the results of this year's annual report on sexual harassment and violence at the military service academies. Just as the nation continues to struggle with an increase in sexual violence, it is clear that the military and our service academies are not immune from this crisis. Every cadet and midshipman is told from day one that they must rely on each other in order to succeed at the academy. The vast majority of cadets and midshipmen treat each other with dignity and respect and go on to distinguished careers in the military. However, when a cadet or midshipman preys on another through sexual assault or harassment, the betrayal is profound and shakes the institution to its core. These horrific crimes not only deeply impact the victim, they do wide-ranging damage to the entire academy and to our society as a whole. The academies have put enormous resources and attention towards improving sexual assault prevention and response. Nonetheless, the problems seem to be getting worse. While this is a multifaceted and difficult issue, one thing is clear. The results of this survey are unacceptable, and the leadership of the military service academies must redouble their efforts in order to fix this immediately. Therefore, I look forward to hearing from both of our panels today about how to improve sexual assault prevention and response. I'm particularly interested to hear from the superintendents about their plans to address this increase in prevalence. I'm interested to hear more about the efforts to enhance pre-admission screening in order to accurately identify candidates who have character issues that may preclude their admissions. I would also like to hear more about how the academies are improving prevention and intervention efforts to ensure they resonate with young cadets and midshipmen. Finally, as a former district attorney who has prosecuted sex crimes, I would like to learn more about how the academies use the judicial and administrative authorities they have to hold perpetrators accountable. One case of sexual assault, violence, or harassment is one too many. And one case of sexual assault that is not reported because of systemic problems is unacceptable. I want to hear how each of the service academies is proceeding to address this critical issue. With that, I look forward to hearing from both of our panels, and I yield back. Thank you, Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Ranking Member Kelly. Each witness will have the opportunity to present his or her testimony, and each member will have an opportunity to question the witnesses for 5 minutes. We respectfully ask the witnesses to summarize their testimony in 5 minutes. Your written comments and statements will be made part of the record. So now we will welcome our first panel. First, retired Colonel Don Christensen, United States Air Force, who's president of Protect Our Defenders. And second, retired Colonel Lawrence Morris of the U.S. Army, Chief of Staff now to the Catholic University of America. Welcome to both of you, and Colonel Christensen, you can begin.
Chairwoman Spear and Ranking Member Kelly, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on this vitally important topic for our nation's security. As a brief introduction, I retired after 23 years service as an Air Force JAG. During that time, I served twice as a defense counsel, multiple times as a prosecutor, including as the chief prosecutor for Europe and Southwest Asia, and as the chief prosecutor for the United States Air Force. I have served as a trial judge, and I had been selected to serve as an appellate judge when I elected to retire. For the last 4 years, I've been the president of Protect Our Defenders, a human rights organization dedicated to advocating for victims of military sexual trauma. We provide attorneys free of charge, and I myself represent clients who are going through the often hostile military justice process. During this time, I have talked with hundreds of survivors, including those from all of the service academies. As Congresswoman Spear has very succinctly and very correctly identified, there is a huge problem with sexual assault at the academies. The one thing that I really think needs to be brought to this committee's attention is these rates compared to the civilian or to the active duty force. 16%, just about 16% of the women at the academies are sexually assaulted. That is 4 times the rate of the active duty force. For men, 2.4%. That's 3 times the rate of the active duty force. These are sobering estimates, especially when we compare it to the active duty force. Yet accountability for perpetrators is almost non-existent. Last year, only 4 offenders were convicted at a court-martial for their offenses, and a tiny handful were discharged. This should be a wake-up call for academy leadership. The failure to weed out perpetrators means that hundreds of sex offenders are commissioned into the active force every year. That should be very sobering. Every year, hundreds of sex offenders are commissioned into the active force. We can only imagine the impact this has on the military's ability to address sexual assault and harassment throughout the services. A service academy commission undoubtedly gives an officer an advantage for the competition for promotions, command, and ultimately the attainment of general and flag rank. The last 3 chiefs of staff of the Air Force and 5 of the last 7 have been Air Force Academy grads. The current chief of naval operations is a Naval Academy grad. The academies have an impact on the active force much greater than the actual numbers of their graduates. It is for this very reason that Congress, the President, and the American people must demand solutions to what is going on. However, I fear the reality of the rampant epidemic of sexual harassment and assault is not being accepted by leadership. I also fear that leadership does not understand the level of distrust that the survivors have of the chain of command. When I talk to Academy survivors, the constant I hear is the fear of leadership. The fear that leadership won't believe them, the fear that leadership will not hold the offender accountable, the fear that leadership will drive them from the academies if they report, and the numbers bear witness to that. 31% of the Air Force Academy women and 32% of the women at the Naval Academy do not believe that senior leadership is making an honest and reasonable efforts to stop sexual assault. Almost a third of the women attending those 2 institutions do not trust senior leadership. Is it any wonder that women are reluctant to report when they're more likely to be forced out of the academies and then end up paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in tuition than they are to see their perpetrator held accountable? Despite sexual assaults being up 50% from 2 years and over double from 4 years ago, report rates as a percentage have plummeted. Unrestricted reports, the kind of report that allows us to prosecute a case, are actually down to 8%. 92% of the victims do not report in a way that can result in an investigation. We cannot solve this crisis of men and women are afraid to report. And again, what does this mean? That the perpetrators are commissioned officers and future leaders on our active force. Leadership controls every aspect of the discipline process. It is time for them to acknowledge that this is in their control, and it's time for them to ask, and for you to ask, what tool have they not had for the last 20 years that they need now? And what promise are they going to make that they're actually going to carry out with? Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Colonel Morris?
Thanks, Chairwoman Spear and members. I'll just try to highlight a couple of things from my prepared remarks. It was my great honor to serve 30 years in uniform, 27 of them as an active duty judge advocate and 3 as a reservist tanker in Milwaukee while I was in law school. Had a pretty typical Army career, trying cases all over the world, later supervising people who tried cases in normal installations and in Bosnia, Southwest Asia. Had the privilege of advising commanders and later on supervising counsel on both sides of the courtroom, including when I served as the Army's Chief Defense Counsel, the one job that I did seek during my career. Also was the Chief Prosecutor at Guantanamo Bay and the SJA, or General Counsel, at West Point. I helped initiate the Army's training program regarding sexual assault for prosecutors and defense counsel after I left the Army, and then I've been at Catholic University since then. I also served on the Response Systems panel from 2012 to 14. I'm the son and father of West Pointers and the father of a Marine. Today, I'm just here giving my own opinions. I have 4 matters I'd like to mention. And first off, I expect that I differ little in my biases and expectations from Colonel Christensen. We had parallel careers in many respects, starting from the same law school in Wisconsin, and I think we both have a particular affection for and loyalty to people who serve. First point about data. I'm not an expert in looking at the data that's been produced and think at least it has to be taken for the idea that there's an intractability to this problem. It's not unique to the military, it's not unique to the academies, but it's stark in the way it presents itself and poses the question of how to care for, make people feel protected and confident in the system. It caught my eye, though, that also there is a relatively high level of confidence by the cadets and midshipmen in their senior leaders. So we do expect more of the academies, but that was a notable contrast. Second, on training. Training is not a panacea, but it does work and is part of the solution. I think in the military we have what is sometimes considered the conceit that we can train out of anything and train to most any standard and ambition or behavior. Tougher to do. Sexual behavior is harder to train out of than, let's say, smoking or drug and alcohol abuse and those sorts of things. And in addition, society's messages regarding sexuality are not always clear or consistent to the emerging adult, and our students at the service academies come from that same culture. Still, training plus accountability is part of the approach. Third point on administering discipline, where the military is unique and particularly well-suited to the range of sexual offenses because it has a uniquely rich range of administrative and disciplinary options. It gives the opportunity, rightly exercised, to snuff out the sort of precursor behavior and hold somebody accountable and send a message of accountability to survivors and observers besides the person himself who sees the system against him. I'm sure as well, though, that my experience isn't unique in having taken to trial in military courts cases that civilian authorities would not pursue. Last points on some fundamentals of the system and some cautions. It seems that one of the key questions you're tangling with is whether and how much to trust commanders and their counsel to rightly exercise the considerable justice-based instruments available to them. If you think commanders are unsuited by training, not being lawyers, or perspective, considering they might be self-protective or for some reason disinclined to attack sexual misconduct, then you might want another system or a great change to the current system. My sense is that commanders are pledged to care for, enforce good order and discipline, and that the uniting of command authority with discipline authority, leavened by the required and appropriate involvement of judge advocates along the way, is appropriate to the requirements of the service and the expectations of command. So dissociating that authority would reduce accountability and not enhance discipline in general, nor in the realm of sexual misconduct in particular. Last point. Defending soldiers and coaching and training defense counsel was the hardest and most rewarding work I did in my career. I'm also aware of the risks of unlawful command influence and believe, unlike our appellate courts, there is such a thing as what they call command influence in the air. that some participants in a system might be inclined to convict or adjudicate harsher punishment based on a perception of a commander's predilections. So in fixing the system, it's important still to take care to preserve the integrity of that system for all participants. Finally, we should be cautious in seeking justice-related metrics such as referral rates, conviction rates, average sentences. They might provide some insight into the workings of the system, but alone shouldn't be the major indicators of success in combating sexual assault. Thanks for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Colonel Morris. Colonel Christensen, what's stunning to me about this report is that we see the increase in sexual assault go up 50%, and we see the incidence of retaliation being such a factor in the unwillingness to report. Why, in your estimation, has the prevalence of assault at the academies gone up so much?
Well, from my conversations with cadets at the academy, there is a perception among many that senior leadership does not care. And as you see, there's such a lack of accountability. So for perpetrators, they understand that the odds of them ever being punished are almost zero. Probably have a better chance of being struck by lightning. And so there's absolutely nothing to dissuade those who would commit sexual assault from doing so. And then you have the problem of trust. When the women and the men do not feel that they can come forward and report without them suffering more consequences than their perpetrator suffers, they won't come forward. I believe 2 weeks ago, the Air Force Academy finally got a conviction of a cadet for digitally penetrating another cadet without her consent. He got a whole whopping 75 days of confinement while facing 30 years of confinement. So we have a process that doesn't deliver a sentence that deters. And then, after this happened, from several sources at the academy, cadets who have contacted me and said that there's a rampant social media campaign to shaming the victims. And that is kind of stuff that has to stop. And it has to be an acceptance by leadership that this is going on. I think one of the biggest problems is that leadership hears these numbers, but they truly do not internalize them as a problem. And I'm not necessarily talking about the superintendents. I'm talking about the people in between the superintendents and the cadets. I had an opportunity to meet with the Vice Commandant of Cadets at the Air Force Academy last year. I was representing a young cadet that they were talking about kicking out after she reported. And I asked him, I said, have you ever talked to a survivor when it wasn't an adversarial process? And he said, I don't have time for that. And to me, that was such the wrong answer, because you will never know what survivors are going through if the only time you talk to them is when you are trying to kick them out of the institution. So I think that those people that are in the middle need to accept that there's a problem, and they need to be willing to ferret out those who are shaming victims.
One of the issues that comes to my mind, having spent time with all of the superintendents over the last few days, is that there's really a difference that exists in how they handle the cases. For instance, in some of the academies, a victim can take a sabbatical. In others, they cannot. Some may want to transfer to another academy, and that hasn't been an opportunity made available to them. Some have wanted to in some situations, there is going to be recoupment, not just at the junior and senior level, but at the freshman and sophomore level, where a cadet is found to have sexually assaulted. Do you have any thoughts on whether it's time for us to make sure that all the academies follow a similar process in terms of the kinds of resources that are available to the victim survivors?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is time for them to have a unified front that cadets and midshipmen understand that they're going to be treated the same no matter where they're going to school. You know, this has been a complex issue that they've taken individually versus in a unified manner. And so therefore, you know, I don't think there's enough of an effort to see what's working at West Point. Is that going to work at Annapolis? Is that going to work at the Air Force Academy? I also, you know, one of the difficulties that we face in the military is we have what we call the Uniform Military Code of Justice, and the uniform doesn't mean what we're wearing. It means that it's supposed to be the same. And each service has their own way of doing things that often pull apart what is actually supposed to be uniform. And I think there would be great benefit for, especially in the academies, each one of them focusing on how do we do this jointly.
Thank you. Ranking Member Kelly.
Thank you again, Chairwoman Spear. I'm of the view that we need to fully acknowledge the problem, and we have a problem, and I think we're doing that, but we need to get work on fixing it immediately. Mr. Christian, what are some of the specific things the service academies are not doing that they should be doing to reduce sexual assault and sexual harassment from your perspective?
Well, I think the number one thing is trust. And that trust results in reports. So, for example, in the Air Force Academy last year, they had 29 reports of sexual assault out of over 200 actual cases. Of those 29, 20 of them are restricted reports, which for those, if you don't understand, that means they can't be prosecuted. That means only 9 people out of over 200 actually reported. And what did that get? Well, finally got one conviction. I think that there is a definite value to training. I'm not anti-training. I just don't think it's the panacea. And I think one of those things as a prosecutor talking to a prosecutor is to acknowledge that prosecution is one way to deter crime. Prosecution is another way to send a message to survivors that we are going to take you seriously. The second thing I would say is that I think this is a problem across both the active force and at academies is experience level of the people who are acting as investigators and acting as the prosecutors. The services have to commit to making sure that we have the most experienced and best people doing those jobs. We have a ton of talent in the military, but they often get rotated out of those jobs very quickly. And as a prosecutor, I think you would agree with this, that 90% of the cases won or lost before it ever reaches you by the great work done by investigators. If they don't uncover what you need, it's kind of tough to finish it up at trial. So we need to make sure we have the best investigators possible. And again, this isn't a slam on the people who are doing it. They're very dedicated, very hardworking, but they don't stay in those positions long enough to become the experts they should be.
Thank you very much. You know, as a former commander who's administered UCMJ up to the brigade level, and also as a former district attorney and has seen the inside of both a grand jury and a courtroom, I think that is very important to look at. How do we collect the facts? How do we get the evidence? Because the case is only as strong. So very good point, Colonel Christensen. Mr. Morris, you have experience in dealing with these issues in both the service academy setting and a civilian university setting. What are the differences between how civilian universities handle sexual assault and harassment claims versus service academies? And are there any best practices that civilian universities are using that we can adopt?
The way in which they're different is the adjudicative process. The way in which they're similar and should be swapping ideas. I am the rookie here. Their similarity is in prevention and education, and the great difference is in adjudication. So I don't think there's much difference in the way you have to smother your student population with information about sexual assault and about prevention and about dignity and respect and all of those factors that contribute to somebody's behavior. And as I mentioned before, you are taking a product of society and to some degree reorienting those individuals. In the adjudicative process, though, a great difference. Under Title IX, of course, there is the expectation, since the Dear Colleague letter produced by the Obama administration in 2011, to essentially set up amateur, informal court systems, adjudicative systems, and they have proved to be really tough to manage, all coming from the right impulse of attacking this behavior and having a system that has enough credibility that it cares for the survivor and sends a message to the other students that this process has the possibility of bringing about justice, that it stings enough to correct that person's behavior, hold that person accountable, and deter others. The difficulty there is it is really quasi in being quasi-judicial. You know, you're allowed to have counsel there, but they can't speak. There's not direct cross-examination. All of the things that are limited because they are created and kind of cooked out of the university's processes. So the contrast is the military system, of course, has that full range of administrative and non-judicial options and corrective training and all that available to it, besides the cases that are appropriate to get to a court-martial.
I agree with Mr. Christensen that training along, we just can't train ourselves out of this crisis. But I'm at a loss to see how removing the commander and the authority of a commander, which has many more tools than, I can tell you as a former district attorney and prosecutor, has many more tools available than just a prosecution side. I'm at a loss to see. Do you know any way, Mr. Morris, in which removing the commander from sexual assault prosecutions improves the situation?
I think I understand where the impulse is coming from, because it comes from a point of frustration of feeling like we are many years into this and haven't been able to crack it. While understanding that, my sense is almost to go more in the other direction, to hold commanders more accountable, to be still more demanding on those leaders to turn this around and to use all of the levers that are available to them. So the removal of them then makes them less accountable, disincentivizes them, as opposed to providing extra incentives and the appropriate pressure that the system can bring.
And then my final question, Chairwoman Spear, and this one I think is really important. Meeting with all the service academy superintendents over the last week, one of the things that, and DOD, senior DOD officials, one of the things that is apparent is you've got dual competing chains of leadership, of leaders. You have, number one, the superintendents and all the cadre that are professional officers and soldiers and should conduct themselves that way. And then you have the peer chain of command and the peer pressure from within a group. And having 3 children of my own, I understand sometimes the peer pressure can be greater than parental or teacher pressure. And so what can we do to reduce the amount of peer pressure so that they feel comfortable among their peers reporting, and also feel that same peer pressure to keep them from doing sexual assaults or harassment? And that's to Mr. Morris also, I guess.
I mean, one of the unhappy results of this long-term struggle at all institutes of higher education is that there's a pretty well understood set of best practices in terms of education and prevention. You can vary from school to school, but there is an understanding of hitting them. I mean, at our school, you have to do some online training before you walk into class or your first day of school in August. And then they have mandatory training all along the way. There's this thought of what the industry calls booster shots at each year, so that as their perspectives on the world change, you're catching them again and you're trying to reinforce the right behavior. So it is the sustained aspect of it more than anything else.
And thank you, Chairwoman Spear, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Cisneros?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Colonel Christensen, could you explain to me just the difference between restricted and unrestricted reports?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So about 2004, 2005 timeframe, Congress looked at the reporting problems, and one of the problems was that many victims were looking for mental health treatment or medical treatment, talk to an attorney, talk to a chaplain or something. But when they did that, because we don't have, for example, medical privilege in the military, they would go to the ER, say, I was just raped, I just want treatment, and I'm not looking for an investigation, but they had to be reported. So Congress said, hey, we need to do something about that. So they gave the option of restricted reporting. And so restricted reporting allows the survivor to go to mental health, go to medical, go to the SARC, go to a victim advocate, go to an attorney, go to the chaplain, and get whatever service they believe they need without it starting a corresponding investigation. An unrestricted report is if the military finds out in any other way that there's been a sexual assault. By law, that must result in an investigation, and by law, that investigation must be done by one of the Criminal Investigative Services, NCIS, CID, OSI. And so if a survivor tells her commander, that's unrestricted. Survivor tells a friend, that's unrestricted. Survivor tells OSI, that's unrestricted.
But that victim also still gets services as well.
Yes, yes.
Right. So so you just kind of said can you go through that again? Like who are mandatory reports? If a victim comes to an individual, they're at the academy, or even the military, who is required to report that sexual assault?
Anybody other than, anybody who's wearing a uniform, other than the SARC, a victim advocate, attorney, such as a special victims attorney, medical, mental health, chaplain. And so if they tell anyone else, that's a mandatory report.
So according to this report and according to your statement, 92% of the victims are choosing to do a restricted report rather than to go and tell somebody who would have to then report it.
Well, actually 92% aren't telling anyone.
Okay.
About 4%, depending on which academy you're at, about 4 to 8% are doing restricted reports, and somewhere around 6 to 8% are doing unrestricted reports.
Okay. Colonel Morris, with your experience at a university, civilian university, if somebody came to an individual or doctor there at the university, would that doctor, physician, counselor be required to report that assault?
They would not, only under the narrow areas in the law where there's mandatory reporting, and of course that's mainly of minors.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So one of the problems I see, and I mean, I understand the concern of the victim, right? We want to take care of the victim and have their privacy, but if the numbers are continuing to increase where they don't feel comfortable, where they can report it, and then it's going to be, people are going to go and be held accountable for their actions. We're in this situation now, like you said, where sexual harassers, people who commit sexual assault are going out into the military service now, more or less maybe with the opportunity to do it again and commit that crime again. What recommendation would you have to get around this, to where we can go and to make the victim feel comfortable where they can do an unrestricted report?
Number one is understand what a survivor's going through. You know, somebody who has been sexually assaulted is usually suffering from PTSD. PTSD that's going to affect their ability to succeed a lot of times. It can result in minor misconduct. It can also result in counterintuitive behavior and destructive behavior. What we see too often is that the academies turn that natural impulse from being a survivor into a reason to kick you out, and that is the message that's being sent. The second thing I would say is making sure survivors understand that if they choose to want to pursue justice through a court-martial, that is something that if the evidence is there, it's going to be taken seriously and done. I think commanders have a role regardless of who makes the ultimate decision to prosecute. I just think that the person who makes the ultimate decision to prosecute should be a very experienced, seasoned JAG, not a commander. What needs to be understood is that within the military, there are 14,000 or so commanders. There are only about 400 of them that have general court-martial convening authority, and only about 140 of them actually use it. So commanders have a role every day that comes short of prosecution. And when we talk about non-judicial punishment, we talk about administrative actions that Colonel Morris talked about, those all still exist. But a survivor has to have faith. There was a survey done by the Iraq-Afghanistan Veterans of America that was just released a couple weeks ago, and they asked thousands of veterans and active duty members, would you be more likely to report if a prosecutor made the decision than a commander? Over 50% said yes, only 3% said no. And so I think professionalizing the justice system would go a long ways to doing that.
All right, your time has expired.
I yield back my time.
Mr. Abram?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a medical doctor, I can tell you it takes extreme courage to, when you're an assault victim and survivor, to step out of the shadows and tell your story. So I agree. This question is for both of you, gentlemen. I do believe the academies are trying to work this out and find the right solution. Specifically, for both of you, what programs have you seen that work, and what programs would you change to help allow that survivor, that victim, to step out?
I don't have a program as such to recommend. I just have watched programs now, particularly when I served at West Point, and then watching it in the civilian world. The greatest thing is to make no assumptions about the experience or perspective of these 17, 18, and 19-year-olds as they come through the door, and to work from a standpoint of kind of institutional humility on information they would need to make right decisions. We have a little more freedom at a private Catholic school to fully bring out issues of how those choices are made and framed. But the biggest thing is to have a plan that isn't perceived by the students as sort of this obligatory burst of stuff, and then they don't hear about it again, or then there's a display or something later in the year. It is a prepared, planned out, sustained program that grows as the student works his way through the school is the greatest part, because then you don't lose them and they have a sense that, no, they really must take this seriously. They're talking to me about this again.
So a continuing education.
Certainly.
So to speak. Colonel Christian, you have any comments?
Well, this isn't unique to the academies, but I think one of the most important things that has been done, and this is, again, a result of action by Congress, was the creation of the Special Victims Council, Victims Legal Counsel program. I think that is the most ground-changing legislation that has been passed concerning military justice. It is a game changer for survivors because they have somebody in their corner. Beyond that, I'll give General Severia credit. He speaks passionately. I think those words need to be heard. One of the problems, though, with command being in charge is if General Severia speaks too passionately, speaks critically of certain processes, or if any of the other superintendents do, as Colonel Morris rightfully talked about, that creates the perception of unlawful command influence. And it's one additional reason why I think commanders need to be freed to be advocates for change without having the burden that if they talk too much as a commander, too much as somebody who says this is unacceptable, that it creates unlawful command influence ideas.
Okay, and the second question, but again, to both of you, the way I understand it, most of the retaliation is from the peers. What can we do to prevent that? Colonel Morris, I'll start with you.
And I don't have a particular perspective on that other than in my prep for this that really struck me, that there seems to be a substantial amount of that. Plus, you see the great contrast in the statistics between cadet trust of their peers and the cadet trust of the leaders, right? Really high level, more or less 80%, I guess, in the 70s and 80s of leaders, and in the 40s and 50s of their peers. So as you're looking at how do we redirect things, the peers always have the greatest influence, and in the academies more so, because your life, have much volition in how you live. So just looking at it as somebody who once served there and looking at the new data, if I were to look where to concentrate, it would be on building that trust and changing whatever is afoot there that makes the peers not a trusted source of support and encouragement and deterrence.
Governor Christian, you have a comment?
I would say that there needs to be a greater attention to social media and the impact of social media on shaming of victims. From the clients I talk to, that is a huge problem, is the social media bullying. I know that's not necessarily easy for the Academy to follow, but I think they should make efforts to see what's going. And then when they see that that is happening, that, for example, the people shaming the victims in the case last week, that they need to speak out about it. Leadership needs to speak out.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the new members, let me just point out that when the plebes come to the academies, they are overseen by the senior leadership of the institution. As they matriculate into the sophomore and junior years, they are overseen by senior leaders within the actual military academy who are also cadets. So it's cadet leadership that is overseeing sophomores, juniors, and seniors, for that matter. All right, we will now go to Ms. Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here today. And what roles and responsibilities do senior academy leaders have in preventing and responding to occurrences of sexual assault and sexual harassment at military service academies? And second, how do you believe senior leaders should be held accountable for continued increased rates of the USC at those academies?
Well, I think the role is the central focus of each academy. What can the superintendent do? They are the voice. For those who haven't served in the military, I know many of you have, when you're a cadet, people like General Severi and the other superintendents are gods, and their words matter. And so being that vocal person, holding people accountable, whether it's people on their staff who are retaliating, holding cadets accountable who retaliate. I think retaliation is just one of those huge problems that they really need to tackle. And I'm sorry, your second question was?
Excuse me. How do you believe senior leaders should be held accountable for a continued increase in rates?
Well, I say this mindful that they're sitting next to me. I would say that there are certain times, we need to let people go, move them on if they aren't getting the job done. There seems to be institutionally now in the military a reluctance to hold senior leaders accountable. General Eisenhower during World War II fired, I think, half his generals over the war. It's almost rare, it's an exceptional rarity a general's ever told now, you're just not getting the job done, time to move on. And I think that's it. How many times do you get to fail before you're fired?
And I agree and don't have much to add other than, the superintendents are just phenomenally in charge of those institutions, even in some ways greater than a division commander or some equivalent in the field. So they are able to marshal all of that authority and prominence in constructive ways. And when I was the staff judge advocate at West Point, one of the things our superintendent did was went to a lot of women's sports games more than he went to men's, just as, just one micro piece of making clear that we really all are part of the same team. But it then requires at times to leverage that prominence and that power to potentially be unpopular by being just inflexible on matters like sexuality in particular, and driving home in all of the ways you can with those at peer and near peer levels. And accountability, same thing. You know, the traditional Army military methods of holding senior leaders accountable is sure appropriate at that level.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to both you, Colonel Christensen and Colonel Morris, for your decades of service, because as SJAs and as legal advice to commanders, good commanders rely on you for good, sage advice to make wise decisions on behalf of whatever unit they're in command of. That's not easy, and it's not exact. Colonel Christensen, you mentioned you use statistics comparing academy to active duty. Did your active duty stats also include a breakdown of officer and enlisted?
It does, although I could not off the top of the head tell you what it does or what those are. Obviously, in the active force, crime rates are higher among the young population.
Well, the point is, you enter the academy at the age of roughly 18,
right,
coming out of high school. There's a pretty good chance you're going to enter the enlisted ranks at the age of 18 or fairly close.
Correct.
And if you're going into an officer program, you know, you're going to enter, you know, as you become an officer, it's going to be, you're going to be 22, 23. Okay, Mr. Christensen, in your testimony, you said that Congress needs to either, quote, empower military prosecutors to lead the process and decide whether to prosecute cases, or if necessary, turn over all academy cases to the relevant civilian justice systems, end quote. However, back when you were on active duty, you successfully prosecuted many cases that civilian jurisdictions simply refused to. And my understanding is that the services still prosecute sex-related offenses that would never be taken to trial by civilian prosecutors. What is the basis then for believing at this point that the civilian system would be better?
Well, yes, I have prosecuted many cases, and I have prosecuted cases that were declined by civilian systems. I think to remember it too is that there are cases being prosecuted right now in the civilian system that the military would not have prosecuted.
What precipitated the change? Because you were on one side and you were successful. Is there some tool, whatever, that you used or the folks on your team used to successfully do these that no longer exists in the military side?
There's no tool that the difference, but what we're looking at is a systemic failure at the academies, and I did mention that was specific to the service.
So what I hear you saying then, is that we have a long-term systemic failure that has now fallen outside the realm of the service's ability, or in this case, the academy's ability to utilize the UCMJ effectively.
Well, it's clearly not being used effectively if you only have 4 convictions. There were about 70 actual reports that were unrestricted, only 4 result in a conviction. That tells me that we're not doing a good job of that. I'm not someone
What's changed?
What's changed since when?
Well, the cause of the change.
I'm sorry.
Well, if you were successful, but now we're not being successful, what's changed?
Well, I could arrogantly say I'm not there anymore. But
okay, well, that's a fair assessment.
That's
any good commander has great faith in their own ability.
That's not the case.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, before we run out, because my time is, Mr. Morris, do you have any comments on that particular situation?
On the issue of?
Basically transitioning the cases to civilian as opposed to under the UCMJ as we would do it now.
I do, just because I've thought about it a lot, and it's the thing that all of us, discussed and argued about among ourselves as we worked our way through the system, from both sides. So I have a pretty strong sense that a system that reinforces the authority of commanders in military justice is appropriate to the expectations we have of commanders. that you have to unite the responsibility, the comprehensive responsibility that a commander has for his or her people is like nothing else in society. And to extract the ability to bring discipline from that makes that commander less effective. And it's not to say all commanders are the perfect fonts of wisdom or anything. It's not a solitary undertaking. It's understood to be, in most respects, with the counsel of a judge advocate. And, the rules for court-martial require that a judge advocate certify that there's sufficient evidence to go forward in a case to begin with.
Well, thank you. I see my time has expired, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to you for being here as well. Nice to see you, Colonel Christensen, again. I know we were working on these issues for many, many years, and rather than go back and review some of that, there are a few more specific questions I had. One is, Colonel Christensen, you mentioned that one of the good stories out of this is the Special Victims Advocate. And I would agree with that. I think that we've at least had good reports coming back from time to time, that the training and the ability to actually testify on behalf of a victim was very, made a big difference, really, in the way that the victim was seen, I think, and understood. Do you feel that that's so in the academies, that the role of that Special Victims Council is one that you see reflected even for active duty the same, or is there a difference?
I think they're probably similar. And going back to what I talked about before, though, what I see is a lack of experience. Special Victims Council, all the ones I've dealt with are very dedicated, fighting very hard for the clients, but for many of them, the first survivor they ever talked to is when they were Special Victims Counsel and they never talked to one before. I can't specifically speak to all the Special Victims Counsels and VLCs at all three institutions, but the ones I deal with are trying. But what I have seen in my experience with them is that mistakes made by a lack of experience that have resulted in less justice than I think could have been.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I wanted to double check with that. And Colonel Morris, I know that you've had that regular university experience. It is a Catholic university. Perhaps there are some different expectations there as well. But could you speak to really the differences that you see? Because we would think it would be cultural, perhaps. I'm particularly concerned that as sophomores, there is a difference at the academies in the rate of reporting that we've seen. One can suggest that perhaps the pressure on students is different as freshmen. As sophomores, there's a little bit more freedom. What do you think is different? Because I'm wondering whether, if you were to look at all that goes on in the academies, is there any difference, you think, between the pressure that young people are under? We know that it's tough. Academically, it's tough. Socially, it's tough. Physically, it's tough. I mean, there are differences, and how do you compare that to university?
I think no doubt there's an intensity at the academies that there isn't an equivalent to in many civilian universities. The harder question out of that is then what out of that entire package of, heavy regimentation, a literal regimentation on so many parts of your life, is there any correlation between all of that and what looks to be some reluctance or some lack of confidence to report? Does it relate to how we're running the academy? Does it relate to always being in a minority, right? No matter how high the numbers are, you still have a 3/4, 80% to 20% split. And when you're looking at all the peer relationships, which seems to be such an ongoing concern, it's both with the men, but also with other women. And are there aspects of even energizing that subpopulation of upper class women to help to fix that?
Do you see any reluctance to take a look at that on the part of the academies, on the part of others who deal with this issue? I mean, how central is it? I'm not suggesting that alone is something that we need to be aware of, but I'm just raising that question as we look at those statistics. You know, it is interesting to note the difference between freshmen and sophomores and going on to juniors. So perhaps that's something that, and I hope our superintendents are going to address that in a little while. My time is running out. Any last minute thought about that?
I'm outside my competence on current academy operations.
Okay.
But, you know, we have looked at, we had for a while a declining order of confidence as women got to be juniors and seniors. We expected it to be otherwise. And what it reflected at that time was they had kind of a legacy perspective of a not very strong reporting culture. And then we saw that change with the next wave who worked through, which just reinforced the idea that a continued drumbeat than we ended up with juniors and seniors previously with less faith, then increasing the faith through all 4 years, increasing their trust in the system through those years.
Okay, thank you. I think my time is up, Madam Chair.
Your time has expired. I would say, Ms. Davis, that one of the things we should look at, though, with the Special Victims Council is how they are being utilized, because with one of the victims that I spoke with, she only ever talked to her Special Victims Council by phone. So we might want to evaluate the actual exchanges that take place and whether we need more resources there. Ms. Cheney, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for holding this important hearing. I commend you and our witnesses for being here today. This is an incredibly difficult set of issues that both of our witnesses, I think, have pointed to the fact that it's something we're dealing with across the nation, certainly at our service academies, but at probably every single institute of higher learning. And looking for ways that we can address the issue, that we can effectively address the issue, and that we can reduce the numbers is a priority for every one of us. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. Colonel Christensen, you began talking about the issue of restricted reporting versus unrestricted reporting, and it sounded to me like you were saying that the numbers in terms of cases that are brought to prosecution are clearly affected by the fact that some of the reports are restricted. Can you address that? And I think we all share the view that it's very important for victims to be able to get help and support without telling them they must absolutely go public. But it sounded to me like you were suggesting that the restricted reporting is some sort of a difficulty or a challenge.
Yes, as a prosecutor, you are frustrated by a restricted report because you know that there's a crime out there that you can't address. And it's not without controversy, restricted reporting versus unrestricted.
But are you advocating changing that? Okay.
No, and the reason I'm not is because for survivors, they tell us it's very important.
Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then one of the topics that we haven't addressed yet, and I'd like to hear both of the witnesses' perspective on this, is the issue of alcohol. And I think any conversation about sexual harassment, sexual assault on college campuses, including at the service academies, has to get into this issue of alcohol. And I'd be interested to hear both of your perspectives on what we can better do at our academies on that issue in particular, as it relates to these set of attacks.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Representative Cheney. Obviously, alcohol is a factor. I think it's too easy to look at as a panacea. If we get rid of alcohol, it goes away.
There's certainly no panacea.
Yeah, it won't go away. I do think deglamorization of alcohol is important. You know, and I think at the academies it's particularly important because we're talking a college atmosphere, and I think that's where a lot of this responsibility goes on the seniors at these academies who are of the legal drinking age to ensure that they're setting the right example. So, for example, I've talked to academy grads who said, yeah, I remember when I was a first year being ordered by the senior to find alcohol for him, and my job was to bring him a case of alcohol. And you were supposed to leave it in the staircase. Okay, that's something that needs to be rooted out. You can't have a culture that allows that. Getting at alcohol clearly is something that reduces a risk factor for sexual assault.
Thank you. Colonel Morris.
I think you can't emphasize that enough. Alcohol plus youth plus first-time unsupervised. There's a giant correlation, and I think an indisputable one. And it's both the formal stuff, how do you keep it away, the informal of managing it even if a person is going to drink, and then letting other things go on. There used to be a discussion at West Point about when the First D Club would close and the seniors would stream their way back to the barracks, not all of them sober. We always talk about the harder right. Is the harder right some serious crackdown that makes clear to those peer leaders that you don't, take the guys to New York City to drink underage, but you really do step up and provide an example, an unpopular, constructive example that has an impact on things like the rates of assault that you see.
Thank you. And I think, again, I'm sure all of us on this panel agree that we need to do better across the board. But I'd like Colonel Morris to get your perspective on, as we're looking for ways to do better and to improve the system, and we look at what's going on in the civilian world, and we're looking at the possibility of removing these cases from the command authority. Is there something that you see in the civilian world, particularly on our college campuses, that would make you think that would somehow be more effective?
No, and we've had a lot of, we have a good relationship with the MPD here in Washington, but of course, there's a reluctance to try the marginal case in the military, and I'm generalizing from my experience, but just not my personal one, but of my time serving, is much more willing to try the close case, willing to take a chance and lose the close case for the collateral benefit of serious solidarity with the victim, and a person knowing you're still brought through the court-martial process, even if you escape not convicted. You have exercised the process in a way that has an impact on those who observe it, and not just the principals involved in that case.
Thank you very much. My time's expired.
But there's 10 minutes left, and we're going to continue until about 5 minutes before, because we want to try and finish this panel before we bring the superintendents in. So, Ms. Loria?
Okay, well, thank you very much for being here today and talking about this important issue. I just wanted to quote back Colonel Morris, a comment that you made in your opening remarks that you were not an expert in looking at the data. And I just wanted to note from my review of the data that there seemed to be some sharp disparities in the data. It seems that, the number of women at the academies over time, we just passed the 40-year mark of having women at the academies. Myself, I'm a graduate from approximately 20 years ago. Are we normalizing this data at all as the number of women at the service academies grows, based off of the number of women in the population at the service academies?
I can't answer that for you.
Okay, and there was a reference by both of you early on in your remarks that we've seen a 50% increase over the last year. And I'm looking at the data, and I'm looking at, first the number of reports for West Point, for the military academy, went from 43 to 48 reports. And then, well, the way that it is estimated, so this is the blue dots on the chart, cadets estimated to have experienced unwanted sexual contact based on the survey prevalence rates. The best I can tell is that this is an extrapolation from the number of reports to correlate to the number of incidents that happen. And if you look at that from the 15-16 academic year to the 17-18 academic year at the military academy, for example, it looks as though this jumped from 129 to 273, which is an alarming amount. However, if you're basing it off the number of reports, which more than doubled themselves, could this not indicate that we have an improved reporting rate versus an increased number of actual incidents? It's very unclear the way the methodology of the report is written and analyzing the data, how such a significant jump can take place in that 2-year period. And to discount the fact that actually reporting has gone up, because reading the comments of what the superintendents at each academy has done, it actually shows that they've taken a lot of creative measures to improve reporting. And I did have the opportunity to sit down with the superintendent from the Naval Academy earlier this week, and just the simple effect of, having moved the location of the person that you go report to a more out-of-the-way spot that was not as visible, when midshipmen wanted to go report, had a significant impact on their, willingness to report in what they felt to be a more confidential way. And also during the earlier remarks, I heard you say that senior leaders trust in senior leadership, that people would report was an issue. And I read the report, and, I was actually quite pleased that at the military academy, it says 85%, at the Naval Academy, 76%, and at the Air Force Academy, 80% have confidence that their leadership is taking correct action in order to prevent these types of incidents. So, I'm hearing one tone in your remarks, but that's not matching the data that's indicated here. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah. So first, on the data you just talked about, so what I broke that down to was the women. And so the overall academy rate, for example, might be 80%, but at West Point and, at Annapolis and at Colorado Springs, what you see is among women who have the higher sexual assault rate, their satisfaction rate or confidence rate was about 70%. So now you can say, wow, that's great, 70% think you're doing it good. When I was chief prosecutor and I had 20 prosecutors working for me, if a third of my prosecutors thought I wasn't doing a good job, I would think I was failing. I don't think those are really good numbers. Glass half full, glass half empty. As for actual...
I think that I understand your point on that topic, that we disagree on the numbers of confidence that we're reporting back from the midshipmen. And there is a difference based off of gender, which, could be expected based off of people interpreting the question differently or having had different life experiences. Colonel Morris, you also said, quote unquote, I'm outside my competence in current academy operations. So I'm curious as to when the last time is you visited the academies and spoke directly to leadership there at either the midshipman leadership level, the company officer level, the brigade officer level, or the senior leadership superintendent or commandant level to have an assessment from their perspective on the effectiveness of these measures that they're implementing.
None at all. No formal contact. I've been up there a lot because I've known people who have been there.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
There's 6 minutes left in the vote. Ms. Trahan, you can go ahead if you would like, or we can... No, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your service, and thanks for being here today. The survey indicates that there are far more instances of unwanted sexual contact than there are actual reports, restricted or otherwise. And as you noted, it does seem clear that accountability must be clear and consistent to make real change. Men and women must feel as though they will be safe and the perpetrators dealt justice if they're going to come out of the shadows. But you spoke about training being a constant over the years while sexual assault numbers continue to rise. I'm curious to understand if you see any merit in the training programs as they're designed today, and what other steps we should be taking.
Sure, I'm not an expert on training. I have sat through many of the trainings. I do think trainings have an important part of this. I think it brings awareness to issues. It makes people see things in a different way. I leave it to what I believe are very dedicated experts in the SAPR programs to develop that training. I'm not critical of the training. I'm just saying it's not going to end what we're doing. And so I think the right mix of training, how that is done, is left to the experts, which I'm not an expert on the training. As far as, accountability and where we are and things like that, going back to the question earlier about what's changed, well, when we talk about accountability at the academies, it's never been good. In the 2003 crisis at the Air Force Academy, I believe there were like 139 women who said they were sexually assaulted, and 0 had a prosecution out of it. So when we're talking about differences, it's just a decades-long problem that hasn't changed. And the question is, how many times are you going to say, well, we're going to change the program and we'll get a different result?
I guess my only other question in terms of, culture often reinforces training. What cultural factors at the service academies are at play in allowing these crimes to continue?
Well, I think one of the cultures we've talked about is alcohol. I think another culture is there is definitely perception there's a different accountability level for athletes than there are for the rank and file members. There was a West Point, I think it's the starting quarterback for West Point, who had alcohol violations, allegations of sexual assault. And, he led West Point to a game over, a victory over Navy. I know that's a big deal for them. And Army failed to tout his virtues as a cadet. He had some pretty serious misconduct in his background. And so when you look at victims who are being forced out because of what is really minor misconduct, for them it's very difficult to understand why there's this cultural divide.
Great, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Escobar, there's still about 250 to 300 votes that have not been recorded, so we still have time, so please go.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you so much for having this hearing. This is such an important topic. And gentlemen, thank you for your testimony here today. The military obviously is a very different institution than any other institution, but are there other male-dominated institutions that could offer some best practices? I know, training, you mentioned we're not going to get ourselves out of this through training, but are there some best practices that have not yet been embraced, adopted, utilized as a way to try to attack the problem?
If I were the superintendents, I would have Terry Crews at my academies next week. They need to hear a voice from somebody like him. He comes from the sports and entertainment industry. He's been a survivor. What an amazing human being. I think the most important things for people to hear is actual voices of survivors. And the difficulty is, it's very difficult for a cadet survivor to stand up and talk to the cadet wing because of what they go through. But if you can bring in somebody who has instant credibility, and if Terry Crews can be sexually assaulted, anybody in the world can be sexually assaulted. And so that leaders like him who can speak powerfully to the issue.
Nothing to add other than once you have a sense of a program in place, leave it in place long enough to evaluate it. There's always a lagging indicator from any kind of training and any kind of consciousness raising on most any behavior. The military saw it and attacked it with unusual success with drugs and alcohol and fitness and other things. Sex is harder to do anyway. It's not just subject to sort of the solitary self-discipline that some of those other behaviors relate to. But there's no lack of really excellent programs that have worked at places, but put it in place, have a set of reliable metrics and monitors, and then let it work long enough that you're evaluating a system that is giving you replicable results.
The other aspect that was mentioned earlier that's very troubling is the sort of social media bullying that happens as part of the retaliation. And that's something that's obviously prevalent, in every aspect of our lives. I mean, kids, middle school kids deal with a lot of that in a way that my generation never did. My children have had to deal with that in a way that my generation never did. But one of the things that I tried to teach my kids was about being witnesses. When they witness something, when they sense something, about being an advocate. And many times that's very, very difficult because then the advocate himself or herself faces the same retaliation or similar or sometimes maybe even worse retaliation. But is that a component of the training so that individuals who are witnesses either through what's happening on social media or witnesses to retaliation or bullying, that they have an obligation to stand up and show that strong moral character to speak out and act out?
Yeah, absolutely. And to the Academy credit, all academies, I think they have emphasized very strongly bystander training and the importance of bystander intervention. The surveys indicate that the self-report of people who are bystanders that they do become involved. Obviously, a lot of sexual assault doesn't occur in front of somebody else. If it did, it'd make it a lot easier to prosecute. But yes, I think, stepping in.
But the retaliation sometimes many times is not in secret, especially on social media.
Right, and then they have to feel comfortable that when they come forward to leadership, say, I saw this, boss, I saw this on whatever social media site. This is what they're saying about cadet so-and-so. And bring that to them. And I don't know if they have that confidence level.
Anything to add?
Same thing. Social media has been a big and recent part of the emphasis because both of the chatter as well as the sharing of images and that kind of stuff. And then bystander, same thing. It seems to be one of the most tried and true. We show movies about, accidentally spilling a drink on somebody to just break the situation. So the students then talk about that and realize that's appropriate to them and a legitimate expectation of them as a fellow student.
Right, your time has expired, and we're going to thank both Colonel Christensen and Colonel Morris for their participation. We're going to take about a half-hour break so everyone can go vote, and then we'll be joined by the Director of the Department of Defense, Dr. Van Winkle, and the 3 superintendents. Thank you. We're in recess.
Hi, are you in the list?
I am.
Mitchell, I'm Representative Spears, MLA.
Great.
It's good to meet you. I wanted to reach out to you anyway about transgender type issues that I'm working on.
Absolutely.
I can shoot you an email.
Sure, let me give you my card.
Yeah. His wife is That'd be great. Some specific types of help and things that you guys talking to other people outside of the institute. Awesome. Great. Good to see you.
So, as you can see, a vote going on the floor of the House, so this hearing temporarily taking a break while the members go and cast their votes. This is a hearing investigating sexual assaults at the U.S. Military Service Academies. We will resume our live coverage from the Armed Services Subcommittee on Military Personnel here on C-SPAN 3 as soon as it gets back underway. In the meantime, a portion of Washington Journal.
This is Representative Tom Malinowski, freshman member of Congress, Democrat from New Jersey, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, joining us to talk about aspects of foreign policy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can we start with the border and where you are in this reported compromise that's being reported? Where do you stand on that? Is that something you could support?
Yes, what's being supported is something I can support. I do not want to close the government again. I don't know too many of my colleagues who want to close the government again. Certainly the American people desperately don't want us to do that again. This is a way out. We should take it.
What about the lower dollar figure? Is that something you're comfortable with?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, look, this was a debate that we didn't need to have. For 2 years, President Trump had control, Republican Party had control of the House and the Senate. At no point did he request $5.7 billion for a border wall. Only after the midterm elections did he suddenly come in late December and threaten to shut down the government if he didn't get what he wanted. And that's what the debate was about, whether a president of any party over any issue can take the American people hostage when he can't get his way from the United States Congress. I think we settled that pretty clearly. The answer is no. We need to move on.
When you hear this cast as a matter of national emergency or national concern, what's your interpretation of that? Where do you stand on that?
If it was an emergency, why didn't we hear about it for 2 years? It's pretty clearly about politics. It's pretty clear that this was the president trying to greet this new Democratic House of Representatives with a crisis. I don't think he really knew what he was doing or where he wanted to go with this. In the end, the House said no to a border wall that we felt was wasteful and unnecessary, and we are where we are right now. Let's move on. Let's fund the government. Let's get back to a positive agenda on health care, on taxes, on infrastructure, the things that voters want us to be focused on in Washington.
What's your level of satisfaction with the current amount of border security that takes place, particularly on the southern border?
Look, I think there are needs that need to be met, and they can be met with technology and with people. We do need better technology at border crossings, which is where most drugs and contraband cross. We can use technology better to monitor the spaces between the border crossings. It can be done actually relatively cheaply with more modern technology that's coming into use right now. We absolutely do not need a massive wall that's going to make America look fearful and foolish. And we shouldn't just be talking about border security. We need to be talking about immigration policy. We need to be talking about immigration reform. We need to be talking about having a humane and lawful asylum policy at the border. We need to be talking about the fact that we have stopped admitting refugees to America in the last 2 years almost entirely, turning our backs on a tradition that goes back to our generosity to refugees from Europe after the Second World War. These are the things that are actually hurting people right now and hurting the economy, and we're not talking about them because of the president's obsession with a wall. Let's get back to talking about the real issues.
Part of the current debate over border security, the compromise deals with this topic of detention beds. Where do you stand on the issue, and where do you stand on the number that's being floated as far as the current amount of beds being offered?
I'm fine with the number that's being floated in this compromise. Let's move on. We certainly do not need to expand facilities at the border for the detention of people who don't need to be detained. We don't need to be detaining families. These families do not pose a threat to anybody. These are people who are escaping violence in Central America. We don't have to let them into the country, but they have a right to ask under our law. The law allows people to claim asylum if they're fleeing persecution, if they're fleeing violence. We can hear them out without throwing families in prison.
This is Representative Tom Malinowski of New Jersey joining us. He's a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And if you want to ask him questions, it's 202-748-8000, one for Republicans, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, and 202-748-8000, two for independents. Being a freshman member of Congress, tell the viewers your background, particularly you were in the Obama administration.
I was in the U.S. State Department. I was the Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor for around 3 years.
And so tell us a little bit then, how does that apply to your experience on the Foreign Affairs Committee? What are your interests as far as most passionate about on serving that committee?
Well, I mean, actually it applies to everything I'm doing. My job was to stand up on behalf of our country for our values in the world, values of democracy and rule of law, integrity, fighting corruption. And those are things that we have to fight for in the United States right now. That's one of the reasons why I ran for Congress. And so my service across the board is influenced by my background. On the Foreign Affairs Committee, I want to make sure that the United States continue to stand by our allies around the world and for our values of democracy and freedom and human rights.
One of the debates currently going on amongst Republicans and Democrats is what to do about Yemen, particularly the role that Saudi Arabia plays. What's the best way forward on that approach, do you think?
The war in Yemen has caused the greatest humanitarian crisis that the world is facing right now. Tens of thousands of civilians killed, hundreds of thousands of civilians, innocent people, men, women, and children suffering from cholera and other diseases because humanitarian aid to the country has been blocked. We have absolutely no interest in helping Saudi Arabia continue this humanitarian catastrophe, and we need to extricate ourselves from this, and I think you're going to see very strong action by the House and in the Senate that is bipartisan to start challenging the policy that we have.
Some of the arguments by the administration says we're not directly involved in the conflict, and it stops us from further influence in the region.
We're directly involved. When you are refueling aircraft on their way to bombing targets, when you are servicing those aircraft on the ground in between bombing runs, when you are providing targeting information to those aircraft, which is what we have been doing, of course we are directly involved and complicit. Saudi Arabia has been taking advantage of the United States for many, many years. Basically, they need us more than we need them. Certainly it's a partnership that has helped us in some respects, but Saudi Arabia without the United States cannot continue as a country, and we have leverage that we need to use to end this.
Let's go to our first call. Baltimore, Maryland. This is Tony for our guest, Representative Tom Malinowski. Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for C-SPAN. I had questions for Ben, but he's not there, so I'm wondering, after 9/11, the Republicans could have gotten... Hello?
You're on. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, the Republicans could have, after 9/11, the Republicans could have built the wall around the country if they wanted. The whole country would have voted for that. They didn't do that. They didn't talk about building a wall. And when Trump got into office, he had 2 years. He controlled everything. He could have built his own wall. He could have built it all the way across the country. The Republicans would have done it if he asked for it. But he just wants a controversy. He doesn't want a wall. And that's my opinion.
Well, I kind of agree with you. Certainly, Mr. Trump had his party controlled the House and the Senate in the last 2 years, and at no point did the Trump administration ask the Congress for money to build a wall. It was only after the midterm elections. And so my conclusion is, just as the caller said, he doesn't really want a wall. He wants a fight over the wall, because the fight is a distraction. It keeps us all busy fighting each other over this this controversial issue, rather than getting to work on the positive agenda that the American people sent us here to work on.
From our Democrats line, Pat in New York, go ahead.
Good morning. Representative Malinowski, you gave the impression this morning that President Trump only recently has shown a concern about the wall, border security. It was his whole platform that he campaigned on was building a wall. My other concern was earlier this week on your show on the Wall Street Journal here, somebody stated that the government shutdown cost the federal government $11 billion, $8 billion that they'll recoup. That's $3 billion that they'll never get back. Now they're giving them $1.3 billion, and when they could have saved $1.5 billion or so, not having the government shut down, just giving him this. This is just a political game, and ultimately, when you have these shutdowns, you're playing a political game with people's livelihood. There needs to be more reasonable negotiation between legislature and executive branch here. And Nancy Pelosi seems to be more occupied with showing her influence in Washington and not negotiating with the president.
Okay, thanks, caller. Thanks, caller.
Of course, it's true that President Trump has been talking about the wall from the very, very beginning. But, you know, the way things work in our democracy is that if you want to spend money on something, you're the president, you go to the Congress and you make a proposal. He was giving speeches, but he never actually proposed money for the wall in his budget requests until December of last year, when we all thought we had a deal, Republicans and Democrats, to fund border security without a wall. We thought that President Trump was prepared to sign that, and then he tore it up at the last minute and shut the government down. And yes, that is wrong. Whether it's a Democratic president or a Republican president, no matter what the issue, we should not be shutting the government down if we can't get our way. One of the things I'm proud to be doing right now is working with my colleagues on legislation that would make it almost impossible to shut the government down again. It's a bill that says if you can't agree on a budget, eventually both members of Congress and senior executive branch officials will stop getting paid. until we agree.
From Teresa in Michigan for our guest, Republican line. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's not forget that Donald Trump's platform was Mexico was going to pay for that wall. And I'd like to point out that I'm understanding there's like 3,000 jobs that aren't even filled down at the border. If he's so concerned about it, fill those jobs and put more judges in so that they can get rid of all those people that are in cages. That's just ridiculous. He's just playing games. Look at the border while he screws over American people in other areas. Wake up. Thank you.
Well, and very good point. What we need at the border is people to do these jobs, to fill the Border Patrol positions that we need. The caller mentioned judges. That's very, very important because there is a very big backlog of asylum cases, people waiting to have their cases adjudicated, and we need to hire the judges that are going to do that work. It's not as glamorous as, it's not as amenable to sound bites and bumper stickers as build a wall, but that's the real stuff that we need to be coming together around if we are truly concerned about the situation at the border.
Independent line, Carol, good morning. Go ahead, you're on with our guest.
Oh, hi.
Carol, go ahead, you're on.
Yes, yes. First of all, a lot of callers say that we had an election in 2016, but we also had an election in 2018. So then when they say let Trump have his way, I think we also recognize that the election in 2018 was a repudiation of that. Second, I have a couple responses to the guy before, but it's pertinent. He said that the Democrats brought in the acting AG Whitaker, and they were, for it wasn't an oversight committee. I just wanted to point out there were several on the GOP side, Jim Jordan, and the ranking member had plenty of theatrics, and Jim Jordan actually was worse than the Dems, in my opinion.
Caller, sorry to interrupt because that was the last segment. He's not here to respond. Do you want to direct a question or comment directly to our guest now?
Yes, I do have a question, but I feel like he misrepresented. I just wanted to address. Also, he represented Northam, and I'm from Virginia. 58% of black voters want him to stay, 50-50 on white voters.
Gotcha. Made your point. Your question to our guest, please.
Trump, okay. All right. For him, H.R. 1, that seems to have lots of things that the people I agree with, but if there's one thing that like the Republicans won't go for, how can you do a compromise? And the other thing is the big issue on how can we be against illegal immigrants when we have a president that hires illegals and then kind of, is kind of disingenuous about
Caller, thank you.
Actually, yes, he's hired illegal immigrants right in my home district in New Jersey at his golf course in Bedminster. So, Americans we're divided on immigration policy. I don't think we're divided on hypocrisy. We can see hypocrisy when it's staring us in the face. And it's another argument for dealing with a much more complicated, much more important question of how to reform our immigration system and what to do with the millions of undocumented immigrants who are working in the United States today. And then on H.R. 1, this is the bill that we will be presenting to the House to make it easier for Americans to vote, to fight voter suppression, to fight corruption in our politics and in our campaign finance system, to try to increase the standard of ethics for our Congress and for the executive branch. We will present this as a package to the United States Congress because we think it will give us a chance to make a very, very powerful statement on behalf of integrity and honesty and against corruption in our country. But if we can find agreement with Republicans on individual pieces of H.R. 1, most Democrats, including myself, would be very, very happy to seize those opportunities. I want to pass all of H.R. 1 if I can, but if I can pass parts of it in the next 2 years, I think that will still be a victory for the American people.
You serve on the Foreign Affairs Committee. There has been much discussion the last couple of days about tweets from a fellow member of yours, Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. What did you think about those tweets?
I I thought they were wrong. I condemned them. I think we can have a debate, an honest and legitimate debate in our country about the substance of our policy to the Middle East, the substance of our relationship with Israel. But to suggest that that policy is somehow determined by Jewish money, that is anti-Semitism, and that has no place in America, whether it's coming from the left or whether it's coming from the right. Now, she has apologized unequivocally for that statement, which is very, very good. Hopefully this will lead to a dialogue that she will be a part of, that she can grow from, that all of us can learn from. And certainly I hope that my colleagues on the other side will also be equally vigilant in policing anti-Semitism that comes from the right, because it is a problem on both sides.
When it comes to some calls to remove her from the Foreign Affairs Committee itself, where do you stand on that?
Look, she's been a member of Congress for a month. She has unequivocally apologized for those comments, so I want to see how she evolves over the coming weeks and months. And I think some of those calls are very, very hypocritical, coming from Republicans who have never taken President Trump to account for using equally anti-Semitic tropes in his campaign and throughout his presidency, attacking globalists, quote unquote, who all happen to be Jews, telling groups of Jewish donors that you know, he wants their money and that's the reason why he's speaking to them. He's the President of the United States. He's setting that example every single day. I mean, his comments about white supremacists in Charlottesville, there's a reason why anti-Semitic attacks have risen by more than 50% in the last 2 years. And a lot of it is rhetoric coming from the very top that is legitimizing these old hatreds in the minds of people who are very disturbed.
So you draw a line between those two things, the rise in numbers and what the president has said?
What I see in my district, what I see in New Jersey, is a lot of people who were there under the surface. I mean, these attitudes have always been there, but who now feel emboldened for the first time to come out and say these things publicly, to spray paint graffiti in schools, to march in rallies, to go on television and use these dog whistles like globalists. And yes, I think that is coming from the president and his supporters, and it's something that needs to be called out by leaders in the Republican Party who are genuinely sickened by the rise of anti-Semitism, as I am, in this country and around the world.
Here is Jane from Franklin, North Carolina. Democrats line for our guest, Representative Tom Malinowski. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. A couple of real quick ones. Pedro, don't cut me off. One, to all POTUS supporters, not all Americans voted for this POTUS. Let's get that straight. Electoral college got him in office, not the voters. But the one thing, you can pull it up, any of his supporters can look up on his pre-POTUS moments on a town hall meeting with Chris Matthews after numerous questions. I think it was in Ohio, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, caller, only because we're short on time, you're going to have to direct a question or comment to our guest directly. Go ahead.
All right. It had to do with E-Verify. Did he use E-Verify in his business? And he stated yes. In all of his businesses, he said he uses E-Verify. Hello, look what just happened. He's a liar. He's always been a liar. And NATO is my biggest fear. He wants to pull us out of NATO. That scares me to death.
Okay, thank you.
So a lot of us share that fear, not just Democrats, but Republicans, with respect to pulling out of NATO. NATO is the most successful alliance in modern history. It has helped to prevent war in Europe and to keep America from having to fight another war in Europe for decades. Russia wants us to pull out of NATO. Russia wants to break up NATO. The idea that an American president would align himself potentially with that way of thinking is very scary to a lot of us. And so the House of Representatives, a short time ago, overwhelmingly, Republicans and Democrats came together, passed a bill to prevent the president from withdrawing from NATO. And we are going to continue to serve as a check and a balance against those extreme ideas.
When it comes to the topic of North Korea, What about this second summit that's scheduled for February? What do you think comes from it? And what do you think about the process so far as relations?
I'm in favor of diplomacy and dialogue with North Korea. I'm not in favor of giving Kim Jong-un presidential summits when he is giving us absolutely nothing in terms of the nuclear disarmament of his country. No progress has been made in terms of denuclearizing North Korea as far as I can see. But certainly progress has been made from Kim Jong-un's point of view. We suspended military exercises in South Korea. The president is talking about pulling our troops out of South Korea, which I think would be a disaster. And he's been given this extraordinary platform, presented as the equal of the President of the United States on the world stage. Should we be talking? Yes, absolutely. It's far better than war. It's far better than the fire and fury rhetoric of last year. But I don't support a process that empowers and legitimizes one of the worst dictators in the world in exchange for no concessions on nuclear weapons.
And you think a summit, what the perception there would be that we give that legitimacy?
Well, I worry about what's going to be said. I see going into the summit, President Trump, it's really, really interesting. In his State of the Union, he made this really strong statement against socialism in Venezuela and said, America will never become a socialist country. And then he goes out and tweets basically praise of communism in North Korea and said, this is going to be a wonderful, prosperous country, and all we have to do is give them some money, and they're going to have the most amazing economy in the world. What is that? What does it say when the president says he's falling in love with Kim Jong-un? This isn't normal, and we have to be careful not to treat these kinds of statements from the president and a policy that seems to be based on those statements as normal or as in the interest of the United States of America.
You brought up Venezuela. What did you make of the strong approach that a couple of weeks ago that the United States took towards that country?
I actually agree with that. And look, I want to give the president credit where I think he has done something right. It was a bold policy. They took a very, very bold stand for democracy and human rights in Venezuela, but uncharacteristically for them, they did it with our allies. They brought the Organization of American States, the Latin American countries, on board. They brought our European allies and Canada on board. So we are doing this together with fellow democracies around the world. It's very important that we stay together in this process until there's the change in Venezuela that all of us seek.
This is Joe, and Joe is calling us from New Jersey, Republican line. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. Good morning, gentlemen. I have a question for this representative. Sir, I'd like to know why you and the Democrats never think outside the box. You always think small. The wall is not necessary just for immigration. Do you realize that the Pentagon back in the 80s, I think it was during President Reagan's plan, President Reagan's era, was that Mexico would become a failed state? They're 7 to 10 years away from becoming a failed state. If you know anything about American history, we had to send troops into Mexico back way during General Pershing. General Douglas MacArthur had to go, and we had to send troops in because of what they were doing to our border towns. Can't you guys realize that the wall is not for just what you said it is or what President Trump said it is? It is needed now because Mexico is going to fall apart. Do you want them lobbing missiles in just like Israel has? Is that what you want? Why are you guys so stupid? I don't understand.
We'll leave it there.
Well, I'm not sure what a wall is going to do for a country that's lobbing missiles into the United States. The last I checked, missiles can go over a wall, as can immigrants, as can drugs. As John McCain said a number of years ago, show me a 30-foot wall, I'll show you a 35-foot ladder. So we're against it because we're pragmatic. It's not because we don't see threats. Of course there are threats that come to us across the border with Mexico. There are threats that come to us across the border with Canada. We want to meet those threats in an effective way and not with some campaign soundbite.
One more call, Robin from Pennsylvania, Republican line.
Yeah, I just heard him saying about North Korea, the problem with North Korea. Trump is the only one that has done anything. He got hostages back. He got them to stop firing missiles, for God's sakes. Can't you give him any credit? What is wrong with you Democrats? And Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, they just want the power. That's why you don't want a wall, because you know you want all them Mexicans and everybody else to come in here because they'll vote Democrat.
Okay, caller, thanks.
Well, I just gave President Trump credit on Venezuela. I'm absolutely willing to do that when I think he's done something right. Hostages, we're all grateful to see Americans who were held illegally in North Korea come home, but that has actually happened in every past administration. Every past administration has managed to get Americans back home from North Korea. And in the case of this administration, we got one person home who had been tortured essentially to death by the North Koreans. And to then say that we are falling in love with the dictator who tortured that American to death is something that I would hope all Americans, Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, and liberals would be disturbed by. We should talk to the North Koreans, but let's not be falling in love with people who would do that to an innocent young American.
Representative Elliot Engel, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, says he wants to take a look at business interests by this president, particularly how it could impact foreign policy decisions. What particularly do you think of that approach, and what would you particularly want him to search out?
Well, I am very concerned that this president, who's the first president who has not divested himself of his businesses, who continues to profit personally from businesses that have a major presence overseas, may be under the influence. His family may be under the influence of foreigners who have poured money into his businesses, into his real estate holdings over the years. President Trump could have avoided that scrutiny by doing what all past presidents have done, and that is by divesting fully, what every ethics expert advised him to do. He refused to do that, and therefore I think it's absolutely legitimate that our elected representatives be vigilant in making sure that there is no malign foreign influence on this president and his administration.
Our guest is a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. By the way, the Foreign Affairs Committee holding a hearing on Venezuela today. You can see that at cspan.org. Representative Tom Malinowski, Democrat from New Jersey, a part of that committee. And thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
This is Molly O'Toole. She's with the Los Angeles Times and reports on immigration and security matters. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell us where we're at currently when it comes to these negotiations over border security?
Well, Monday night we had sort of a preliminary deal that emerged. We've had a few details over the last couple days. The sort of top line big ones are $1.375 billion for about 55 miles of border wall. Obviously, that was a key item that a lot of people were paying attention to. Also, there had been a major impasse over detention beds. In the end, it seems the Democrats dropped their proposed cap on basically the number of people that immigration agencies can detain. Those were the big ones, and that cap seemed to be dropped, but obviously the much lower number for the border wall. Had a lot of posturing just in the last 24 hours or so. Liberal Democrats and the president's Republican allies both saying they can't really stomach this bill. Once the language is getting hammered out, that's where we're seeing sort of some of those tensions emerge.
So when it comes to detention beds themselves, how does this process work? What's the policy?
Well, generally when we're talking about detention beds, it's sort of how immigration agencies measure the space that they have to hold people. So it's pretty interchangeable, one bed for one person. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about detention beds. The debate emerged, essentially it's between, what it comes down to is Democrats who think that the immigration agencies should be focusing limited resources on the most dangerous criminals, violent offenders, focus on them first for deportation, whereas under the Republicans, they criticize the Obama administration, as we well know, for this quote-unquote catch and release, for not, what they say, not enforcing the law, because the Obama administration engaged in prosecutorial discretion, which is focusing on, and was intended to focus on sort of the immigrants with criminal records. And we've seen deportations and detentions really ramp up under the Trump administration. So that's really the tension. And so Democrats in the funding negotiations were trying to place a hard cap on the number of people that immigration agencies could detain. They were initially going for around 35,000, looks like they've settled at about 40,000, which is actually where the funding levels were before.
40,520, the current. How do these numbers get developed?
Well, it's supposed to be informed by the immigration agencies themselves when they say this is what we think we need. They do modeling based on immigration levels, the detention space that they know that they have. Detention space has been an issue for some time now. For example, the levels that they were funded at before was that 40,520 number. ICE is currently holding around 48,000, 49,000, and they're doing that routinely. So they've been routinely exceeding the amount of funding that was provided to them by Congress, sort of treating that that number of 40,520 as more of a bottom rather than a ceiling, whereas the Democrats essentially were trying to turn that funding number into a hard cap. Obviously, the immigration agencies shouldn't be exceeding the funding that Congress has given them, but that's what's been happening.
So when it comes to what Democrats are looking for, if I have it right, that number would go from 40,520 to 35,520.
Exactly. Initially, they were looking to drop that number. They argued that they would force ICE, in particular, that's the acronym that most people know, the Interior Enforcement, Immigration Enforcement Agency, by that it would force them to really focus their efforts on the hardened criminals. Now, Republicans argued this was going to force them to release hardened immigrants with criminal records onto the streets. So we had a lot of rhetoric going back and forth on this, but in the end they seem to have settled around this 40,000 number that they had mentioned before. And the real impasse was over actually how many ICE specifically can detain in the interior of the country. So that means not necessarily what you might think of, the people being taken in once they cross the border, right at the border, but we're talking about what you might think of sort of these workplace raids, people who've been in the country for a long time. The Interior Enforcement number, they were looking to put a hard cap on that as well at 16,500, but that proposal appears to have been dropped in the negotiations over the last couple days.
So reporting would say that then Republicans were looking for an increase, definite in the number of beds, to 52,000.
Exactly. The White House had requested around 52,000. That's also what we had ICE officials over the last couple days on the various news shows saying this is what they needed to do their job, that 52,000. But right now they're holding around 48, 49,000 overall. So that gives you a sense of where things are at now.
In the matters of border security, a discussion about detention beds with our guest Molly O'Toole of the Los Angeles Times. 202-748-8000, one for Republicans, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, and Independents, 202-748-8002. A couple more questions. Once someone gets a bed, how long can they stay there?
Well, it depends. That's a hard question to answer because it depends a lot on their background, how they were taken in. Obviously, we have different populations. For example, when we're talking about immigration detention, we're not talking about undocumented youth necessarily because there are clearly restrictions on how they can be held. They'll be moved into shelters that are specific for youth. Families is another one. There are court cases that dictate that children can only be held for a certain period of time. Well, obviously, we had the zero tolerance policy that came with the Trump administration that they argued necessitated the family separation. That's no longer happening, but family detention is also something different. So mostly here we're talking about adults that can be held for a long period of time. But it should be noted, currently there are actually hunger strikes going on right now among some people being held in ICE detention who are asylum seekers because they're being held for quite a lengthy period of time. There are options generally where they can be a term called paroled, where they'll be released awaiting their proceedings, but there's such a backlog in the United States, and in addition to the fact that the Trump administration has really discouraged people from being released from detention while they're awaiting their proceedings, that even some of these asylum seekers who have, essentially broken no laws and are trying to claim refuge in the United States, they could be held for up to years at a time. So these are all the different populations that we have to be careful about who we're referring to.
So this is John from Pennsylvania, Republican line. Our first call for our guest Molly O'Toole of the Los Angeles Times. Go ahead.
Mrs. O'Toole, California spends over $20 billion to take care of illegals. Texas spends over $10 billion to take care of illegals. And you people, the Democrats and the liberals, are worried about $5.7 billion for a wall? That doesn't make sense.
Caller, thank you. So if someone gets a detention bed, what services are they entitled to?
Well, there are obviously laws in the United States about obligations that you have to humanely detain someone. And there are some cases in which, for example, there's overcrowding in federal detention facilities that are geared more towards immigration. And so federal prisons, for example, private contractors will take detainees when there's sort of, will take immigrants who are detained when there are limits. Regarding, there could be many conversations that occur about government spending. I think when we talk about the wall and the $5.7 billion for the wall, it should be noted that for fiscal 2019, the Trump administration only requested about $1.6 billion for the wall, and that was supposed to go towards 66 miles of wall in Texas, and where the funding negotiations seem to have ended up is at slightly less than that number for about 10 miles fewer. So this was the White House's initial request, and then we sort of had this dramatic jump up to $5.7 billion. And so people are questioning whether that $5.7 billion is really necessary, and how much we want to spend on border security as the American taxpayer is a valid question. But you can see that sort of dramatic jump that happened that led in large part to the government shutdown, and there are valid questions about whether which amount is necessary to ensure border security.
So the idea of the caller's question when it comes to the detention beds themselves, is there a way to think of how much this service cost?
I mean, it is extremely expensive but that would be true whether you're talking about an immigrant detained population or a prison population. It is expensive to detain people, but you'd have Democrats on one side arguing that a lot of these populations should not be detained. They don't have a criminal record. For example, if we're talking about asylum seekers who are awaiting proceedings, or they would argue that actually if you limit the amount of detention bed space, you are focusing resources on the populations you might really want to consider for deportation, such as people with serious criminal records, rather than sort of this dragnet that is potentially more inefficient and more inexpensive because you are detaining a much larger number of people.
Jeff is next from Ohio, Democrats line.
How are you, Pedro and Molly? Hello?
Jeff, you're on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I would like to put together the Green Deal and this wall and immigration. Why can't we make it like Ellis Island, make the wall a housing project where we can teach these asylum seekers to speak English like we would like them to, and to, check them out so we know that their health is good. And that's, I could think of a few other things, but the Green Deal.
Okay, well, but we'll leave it to that first part, caller.
Well, it should be noted that asylum seekers have to go through an extremely stringent process. It's not an easy process by any means. Asylum law says that you have to present yourself at the border to claim asylum. You have to pass a credible fear test. After that, then you go through what has become an extremely lengthy process to await asylum proceedings. Not very many people are actually ultimately granted asylum. So I think it's around 80% that you might pass a credible fear screening. Ultimately, it's between 10 and 20%, I think is about the number now, where you would eventually be granted asylum. So it's a very stringent process. It can take a very long time. Many legal proceedings, and if you think about the situations in which many of these people are fleeing, for example, the primary population right now are Central American migrants. They're fleeing corruption, violence, both state-sponsored and gang violence, obviously poverty, but many of these factors in Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, which is where many of these people are coming from. And so if you were in that situation, what kind of documentation you would think to bring with you if you were fearing for your life? So asylum is extremely strict. The United States is very careful about who they grant asylum to and who they let in. So responding to some of the recommendations you have, there is a pretty strict and stringent process already for asylum seekers. They have, within a year, then they have to apply for legal status that would give them permission to work, for example. And there have been many studies that show that asylum seekers in particular really benefit a lot and really contribute resources in many ways. They want to work, they want to learn English, they want to have a life and adopt the United States as their country because of what they're fleeing back home. That's sort of the definition of asylum.
This is Bruce off of Twitter asking the question if detainees are granted legal representation.
Depends on which population that you are referring to. They do have, so that's a little more complicated to answer. In certain circumstances, it's not provided by the government, but they have access to. For example, they can obtain their own legal counsel, and they do have the right to do that. But depending on the population, it's not necessarily provided by the government. And your chances of, for example, we were talking about the asylum population, your chances of getting asylum are astronomically higher if you are able to obtain a lawyer and obtain legal counsel. And without it, there's pretty much very little chance that you can get asylum. And particularly if you're Central American, the rates are incredibly low.
From Minneapolis, Democrats line, this is Ryan.
Good morning, Pedro and Molly. I wanted to ask about that $5.7 billion price tag for the wall, which I've heard a lot of people tell me is just a drop in the bucket. However, it doesn't seem like anybody on any border state district can come up with any reason or any positive thing that can come from the wall. And furthermore, I understand that most of the land is privately owned, and there's some sensitive environmental regions there, like in the Rio Grande Valley, where certain endangered species would be affected by building a wall of the magnitude that the administration has proposed. Could you speak to either one of those issues?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually just looking at this last night, and it's really interesting if you sort of see it all laid out. In terms of the current amount of border barrier, there's 654 miles across the roughly 2,000-mile border. Almost all of that is going to be in California, Arizona, New Mexico, and then west of El Paso in Texas. And that lines up almost perfectly when you see the amount of federal land versus private land along the border. So the least fenced state, despite having the most miles of border, is Texas, and that's primarily because of some of these issues you mentioned. A lot of it is private land, so it's much more difficult for the government to sort of come in, ask people to sell their land in order for the government to have access to it and to build a wall. All along the border, there's a lot of environmental issues, but what's really interesting is there's been some litigation around this, even just in the last couple of days, and some environmental groups who've brought suit against the Trump administration for border construction, border infrastructure projects around the border, arguing that it harms the environment there, and that also it potentially could violate some of these environmental laws and public notification laws. They've consistently lost those suits because there's a 1996 law, and it's sort of been reiterated in a few most of the laws that Congress has passed funding border barrier. And it says essentially that the Homeland Security Secretary can waive any environmental law, pretty much any law, if it is for the purpose of a border construction project. And the Trump administration has actually used that environmental waiver, used that authority more than any other president. They've used it about 6 times, which is more than the Bush administration, which used it a handful of times, and more than the Obama administration, which didn't use it at all.
From Virginia, Republican line, Susan, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. It's been a while since I've called. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this young lady and the numbers, just the magnitude of the money, the numbers, the detentions, the people going on hunger strikes. I mean, my gosh, just take a faraway look at the whole picture, and it's a racket. And the truth needs to be said that the UN is pushing all of these people to the United States to crash our economy and to crash the United States. It's a UN ploy.
Thank you, caller.
Well, I have no evidence, and there's none that I know of, that the United Nations is pushing migrants to the U.S. border. I mean, we should note that we are in the midst of a historic refugee crisis worldwide. The United States, so there are more people displaced on the planet right now than at any other point in history, even after World War II, which was the previous largest. There's a number of conflicts that contribute to that. Generally speaking, the United States hasn't really seen the effects of that. We've seen Europe clearly, the refugee crisis that many people sort of became aware of in 2015, and the United States has been somewhat removed from that. But we should note that there are almost record levels of violence, particularly outside of a war zone in Central America, which is the primary country of origin for most of the migrants that are coming to the United States right now. So in El Salvador, in Honduras, and Guatemala, a lot of improvements have been made in terms of violence there. But we're talking about homicides that nowhere in the United States would anyone be familiar with. So there are conflicts, poverty, corruption, gang violence in Central America that are pushing people north. So not the United Nations, but there are certainly other factors that are pushing people north. And based on the way our laws are written, our asylum laws are written, if someone presents themselves at the border and claims asylum, according to our law, they are given the chance for those claims to be heard. So the United Nations is not pushing people north there, but there are a wide array of push factors that are resulting in people coming, and there's a number of pull factors. Clearly, the United States has a very strong economy, and there's some debate over whether the way U.S. immigration laws are written, people understand that in part due to the backlog in immigration cases, that if they present themselves at the border or they get to the U.S. border, that they will be allowed to stay for some time, essentially until their cases are heard, or in some cases, they'll be allowed to stay even longer.
She talked about numbers. Let me throw another number into the mix. 54,630 people and detainees in 2018 had criminal convictions, and they included driving under the influence, drug abuse, traffic violations, and the like. How does that number compare to the total amount of immigrants detained?
Well, it's difficult, but it's important because obviously we've heard the president himself really seem to, particularly as this debate has raged on about detention beds, Republicans too saying, oh, we're going to have violent criminals be released into American communities. The Trump administration was saying, oh, Democrats want murder, essentially literally said murderers released into communities. When you look at the detained population, there are those about 54,000 criminal convictions, but crossing the border is now, it's rather being treated as an administrative violation, which it tended to be treated as under previous administrations. It's now being treated as a criminal violation, a criminal act. So some of those people will have things on their records. So some among that number that you said, the 54,000, will be things as simple for this context as an immigration violation, as a traffic stop. The second, I believe, or the most significant number within those criminal convictions are DUIs, and then next is sort of other drug, traffic, immigration violations. But when we have the president talking about murderers being released onto the street, out of the 54,000 criminal convictions for the current detained population, I believe it was about 1,600 were for homicides, for example. So while that is a high number, clearly at any one homicide you would want to be prevented, that's a very small fraction of the total that we're talking about. And we should note that there are many studies that have consistently shown that immigrants actually commit crimes at a lesser rate than U.S. citizens, and that's true for both undocumented and documented immigrants. Commit crimes at a lesser rate, and also that border cities, for example, in the United States, are among the safest in the entire United States. So there's a lot of misinformation that sort of fuels the political debate, but it's really important to understand that to a large extent, we are not talking about violent, serious criminal records.
This is Molly O'Toole with the Los Angeles Times, who reports on immigration and security matters. And this is Casey from Maryland, Independent Line. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Molly, for what you just said, because a real honest conversation really does need to be had. That was really wonderful what you just said. I wanted to point out a couple of other things that we're not really talking about because people are not so informed. To actually complete the wall that Donald Trump wants to build will cost over $30 billion. You know, the $5 or so billion is a down payment. So people are comparing $5 billion as if that's the cost of the wall. That's only a down payment. It comes nowhere near the cost of the whole thing. And the reality is that border crossings have gone down consistently over the years, even before the Trump administration. Now, I'd like you to speak on the fact that barriers like walls actually lead to more people staying in the country, which leads to the cost of taking care of immigrants or immigrant issues going up because people have a more difficulty going back and forth like they would otherwise. So they end up staying, and they do stay and have children and so on and so forth. So the wall actually increases the cost of dealing with incarceration related to border security.
Thanks, caller.
There's a lot of really good points you raised there. It is really important to note, and I think when if we're in the middle of saying we, but if lawmakers are in the middle of negotiations over a spending agreement to try and avert another shutdown, it is really important to note that apprehensions, which is basically the measure that most people use for illegal immigration. So how many people, how many migrants border authorities are apprehending, they have gone way down. They're at historic lows. So through the 1980s, 1990s, in the mid-2000s, routinely it was more than 1 million every year. And we had for last year, I believe it was around 500,000. So we're at about half of where we were. And that used to sort of be the goal when officials in the last few decades would talk about border security or control of the border. Those were the kinds of numbers they were actually aiming for. And so that's where we're at now, historic lows for apprehensions. There are a record number of, or a significant rise in families, Central American families and unaccompanied youth. And they're a very different population, and many of them are presenting themselves for asylum. So it's a different population with different needs. And it is true that our immigration system has been strained by this shift in population because it was designed for single adult Mexican males, primarily. What you said about the wall, the $5.7 billion wouldn't come anywhere close. It is hard to say because what the president has said the wall is, or what he wants, sort of constantly shifted. But if we look at the sort of 1,000-mile wall, big beautiful wall that he often talked about during his campaign and even after, there have been estimates, and that's anywhere from, I believe it's from 20 to 70 billion, some even higher than that. So you're right that this $5.7 billion for the wall that was sort of the sticking point in the last shutdown and that we still hear a lot about, that's only for 66 miles, I believe, is what, or excuse me, the $5.7 billion that they said would be for 230 miles. And then what looks like they're going to settle on with the negotiations, that's the $1.357 billion for only about 55 miles. So it is true that these kinds of infrastructure projects on the border are extremely, extremely expensive. I think a lot of people would say, well, how the heck does it cost $1.357 billion to only have 55 miles of wall?
Catherine is next. Democrats line from Illinois.
Yes. Good morning, both of you. Just a quick story. My husband's mother immigrated from Lithuania in 1937. She came here. She was a very successful businesswoman. In 1983, a person came into her store, shot, and killed her. It was not somebody from outside the rest of the world, but it was somebody in the country. The point is, walls don't work. Look at the Great Wall of China. It kept people out, that is true. But it was, China's downfall was the people inside China that brought China down. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
When we're having this discussion and these negotiations are going on that hinge on border security, obviously that's a really key question is, do walls work? There's some evidence that for barriers that went up in certain very early on in the 90s, which are among the first border barriers, there's some evidence that that in combination with a number of other factors may have at least shifted people elsewhere. And the goal was to, the border agency's own sort of documentation and justification for these barriers states that essentially they were designed to get people away from really heavily populated urban areas and sort of push them out into more remote areas where border agencies had more of an advantage when it came to detaining them. The most significant factor for contributing to what we were just talking about, this historic drop in apprehensions, which most people use to measure illegal immigration, is really the Great Recession. So it's when the American economy and then the global economy severely contracted, 2007, 2006, 2007, 2008. That's when we really saw the most dramatic drop. So generally speaking, people sort of attribute this, what you could argue is a success if the goal is to reduce illegal immigration. Most people attribute it primarily to the economic recession and then some combination of these other deterrence factors, barriers, technology, more Border Patrol agents, because we should also note that as apprehensions and illegal immigration have gone way down, we've also seen the numbers of Border Patrol agents, of border enforcement in the United States go way up. So there's more Border Patrol agents, more immigration officers now relative to the amount of legal crossings, and then clearly more miles of barrier now than there relative to the number of illegal to the amount of illegal immigration than there was before. So about 654 miles of barrier now, whereas before 2005 you're talking about 119 miles of barrier.
One more call, and this is from New York, Republican line. Anthony, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Pedro, and thank you for C-SPAN. I just have a question and a comment. Comment first. These $5.7 billion that is thrown around, everybody's attributing this dollar amount as being Trump's number. This number actually came from a request from Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security as the number they need to effectively do their job. They want to funnel people using these barriers. This idea of an immoral wall is just crazy. And if it is immoral, take down the wall in San Diego and take down the wall in El Paso and see what kind of crime comes across the border, because Mexico is a failed state. My question to the guest, and I appreciate you listening to me, is out of the number of people that are caught and released under the Obama policy and what Trump is forced now to accommodate because there are so many people coming in, what percentage of these people actually come back to get under a judge's jurisdiction, and do they report back to the hearing?
Well, there's a lot of debate around that. Immigration lawyers and advocates will say that it's a much higher number than the government wants you to believe that would come back and report for their hearings. The administration has used a much lower number, so there is a lot of debate about the people who actually report for their hearings and come back sort of before the court. But I think when we're talking about that, we also should look at the fact that I think it's around 800,000 is the backlog for immigration cases right now. And so it could be years before people come before a judge. And so I think it is a valid question as to whether people should remain in detention and the American taxpayers should be sort of funding their detention for the entirety of that time, or whether they should be released, particularly if we're talking about a population, for example, like asylum seekers who, when they present themselves at the border and claim asylum, are breaking no laws. And they're seeking refuge in the United States. I mean, should they be essentially imprisoned for years while they await their hearing, or should they be released so that they can begin to work, begin to contribute to the American economy? And that's sort of where the debate hinges, because this backlog is so long now, years long. what should people do in the meantime? What should be done with them in the meantime?
Molly O'Toole is an immigration and security reporter for the Los Angeles Times. LATimes.com is where you can see her writing on these matters, and we thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
The latest headline from Politico says that the president is panning this deal. They're using their words in their headline as Congress moved towards a vote. And joining us to give us the latest on where the negotiations are and where a possible vote may take place is Caitlin Emma, who reports for Politico, who reports on budget and appropriations matters. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Could you remind our viewers as far as what's being offered in this compromise deal and where the president's current thinking is on it?
Right. Well, the president sent many mixed messages yesterday about his support for this deal, which includes about $1.4 billion for about 55 miles of fencing along the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, that is far less than what he requested in terms of the $5.7 billion demand that he's been making for weeks. But on Twitter and in comments, it seems like he might be supportive. Last night, he sort of tweeted to the effect that, Republicans worked really hard to craft this deal and that he's looking at it. And, yesterday he said that he wasn't necessarily happy with the deal, but he's studying it. He might add to it. So far, we've gotten no firm no and not a firm yes.
When it comes then to Republicans and Democrats on getting the president to support this deal, particularly Republicans, we heard from Mark Meadows last night on the House side downplaying this deal. How much pressure will the president receive from some Republicans on rejecting it?
He's definitely going to receive significant pressure from members of the House Freedom Caucus like Mark Meadows and conservative sort of pundits like Sean Hannity and Ann Coulter. They've been very vocal about the fact that they see this as a weak deal, that they see this as, the president sort of getting the short shrift from Democrats. And that kind of influence has been shown to impact the president's thinking before. He shut down the government in December over sort of outcry from conservative television pundits saying, he's got to stand strong. He's got to deliver on what his base wants. So, whether or not he listens to those voices this time around remains to be seen. I think everybody realizes that a second government shutdown at this point would be pretty catastrophic.
So since you cover budget and appropriations matters, the president talks about looking for these other sources of money. How easy of a task will that be for him?
It will definitely be a big lift. The fact that he's looking at these sources of money, it's definitely a less significant or drastic move than declaring a national emergency. But the fact that he is looking at, moving around funds for disaster relief or, Army Corps of Engineer funding for water projects or military construction funds, those actions, if he takes them, will likely be faced with legal challenges.
So, and because just to help our viewers understand the budget process, if money is appropriated to a certain amount or to a certain cause, can it be lifted and used for other purposes?
Right. The deal that they're crafting would, likely give him some amount of transfer authority. This is what Republicans are stressing. They're saying, he'll have lots of flexibility to shift around some funds and possibly increase the number of detention beds that right now the deal, for example, funds about 45,000 detention beds, but Republicans are saying that if they use the utmost flexibility allowed by the deal, he could get as many as 52,000, which is a huge number. So in terms of using his executive authority to tap into unspent funds elsewhere, that will definitely be challenged by Democrats.
Your colleague Heather Kago at Politico is reporting via tweet saying that this deal that's being considered might appear as a House vote as early as tomorrow night on border security. Is that what you're hearing as well?
I think that we could probably see text today or tonight. I think there is some interest in the House moving as quickly as possible. We could see a vote, possibly tomorrow. But Politico Playbook this morning actually reports that as some of the staff for the negotiators are drafting the actual text, they're running into some snags. So it'll be interesting to see how some of those, potential pitfalls when it comes to language, whether that holds things up significantly. The government does shut down on Friday at midnight, so they need to move quickly. So some of these issues that they have to work through, whether or not they're enough to actually sort of sink this deal, remains to be seen.
And Caitlin Emma, who reports on Budget and Appropriations Matters for Politico, joining us. And we want to thank you so much for giving us your time today on informing our viewers about this. Caitlin Emma, thanks again.
Thank you.
So we're expecting the second half of this hearing on sexual assault prevention at military service academies to resume shortly. It looks like the House finishing up their last vote of the series just about now. So if that's the case, we should get back underway very shortly. Live coverage here on C-SPAN 3.
Get up unless you got to do some exercise. One more time. Let's start this panel. Huh? Sure. Put back in the legs. Yeah, well, you know, we can all go through those. There you go. Let's see, actually, probably 2 platoons for them. There you go. Just have a little foul on down here. Guys is a 9-minute turn. Okay. We'll get rolling here. Some of my slower walking friends. Yes, sir.
I do. I just, it's nice.
Hamburger something. Thanks, friends. Yes. Your turn.
Welcome back, everyone. We are returning to our second panel today, and I want to introduce each of them. I know them well and have a great deal of respect for them as individuals, and hopefully this will be a very valuable opportunity for all of us to get a new perspective on how we can address this problem. First on our panel is Dr. Elizabeth Van Winkle. She's the Executive Director, Force Resiliency at the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. Our second panelist is Lieutenant General Darrell Williams, the Superintendent of the United States Military Academy. Third, Vice Admiral Walter Carter, who is the Superintendent of the Naval Academy. Finally, Lieutenant General Jay Silveria, who's the Superintendent of the U.S. Air Force Academy. We welcome each of you now to make your opening statements.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Ranking Member Kelly, and other distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for having me here today to discuss the results of the DoD Annual Report on Sexual Harassment and Violence at the Military Service Academies. 2 years ago, I sat before you and pledged we would do more to end sexual assault at our academies. 2 years ago, I told you how we were committed to promoting an environment where all were treated with dignity and respect. I vowed we would work to reinvigorate our prevention approaches. I meant what I said, yet I sit before you and deliver news too similar to what I reported 2 years ago. Sexual assault is on the rise again at the academies. While each of the academies developed and implemented action plans that were not yet fully in place for the current assessment, department leadership was not complacent, waiting for implementation, and therefore another increase in rates is simply unacceptable. Preventing criminal behavior and other misconduct, providing care for service members, and holding offenders appropriately accountable have been and continue to be top priorities. And yet, our most recent data indicates we have far to go to eliminate this abhorrent crime. It is devastating to be sitting here again to deliver this most unwelcome report. Our data tells us that rates of unwanted sexual contact increased by varying degrees across the academies, all too high. Rates of sexual harassment also varied among the academies, but are also unacceptably high, particularly among women. The data also indicated that across the 3 academies, a large majority of students think their senior leaders are making honest and reasonable efforts to address these behaviors, but not all do. These same students rate the efforts of their peer leaders much lower, and additional data showed declining rates for students watching out for each other to prevent these crimes. This tells us that despite our hard work, some cadets and midshipmen still feel empowered to disrespect and victimize others. And equally challenging, there are some who feel neither empowered nor responsible in their daily peer interactions to hold each other accountable. The vast majority of cadets and midshipmen are good people and will become the strong leaders our nation needs. Yet we must show them how to leverage their moral courage to create an environment where all can serve with dignity and respect. There is no single fix for this. We cannot blame our way out. We cannot train our way out. The Department, Congress, and our nation as a whole has been challenged to crack the code on how to change behavior regarding sexual misconduct. But the Department of Defense, we are the ones who have been entrusted by the country to lead the way. We must lead, and we are working to do just that. We will change our approach. What we have done in the past may not be abandoned, but we must determine what needs to be done differently, what needs to be adjusted, and what needs to be implemented anew. We are analyzing the breadth of data we have, and we will continue to partner and collaborate with other experts in this field who have found strategies that show promise. We have already taken some steps. We have hired prevention specialists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to inform our efforts and assessments. We are enhancing reporting procedures that will be available throughout the armed forces, but geared towards the unique concern of our cadets and midshipmen and aim to address repeat offenders. We will refocus our efforts and look at the full life cycle of cadets and midshipmen from selection through to graduation and work to target our approaches accordingly. Our focus will be to not only achieve progress, but to sustain it over time. I am optimistic our new direction will render intended results, and I sit before you today frustrated but resolved. I have been working in this field for over 20 years, 10 in the civilian sector and nearly 10 with the military. I left the civilian sector because I felt I was spending too much of my time fighting a system that seemed impervious to influence. I am committed to stay with the Department of Defense because I have the support of my leadership and because I have witnessed our system make changes over the past decade to produce an infrastructure of policies, programs, and resources that have benefited our military members and are not found in the civilian sector. We are not there yet, but we are committed. No one has solved this, and if there were a single solution to eliminate sexual assault, we would have done it already. We are responsible for behavior change. We take individuals and we mold them. We instill courage where there may have been none. We impart discipline where there may have otherwise been disorder. We create lethal global warriors from young women and men who may have never even left their local communities. Eliminating sexual misconduct from the ranks remains a challenge, but one we refuse to run from. We will not tolerate it, and we will not stop until we get this right. We appreciate your concern and support as we work to protect the people who volunteer to keep our nation safe. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Van Winkle. Next, Lieutenant General Williams.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member Kelly, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity today to talk about the very serious problem of sexual assault and sexual harassment at the United States Military Academy. I wish I were here to tell you how we have solved this problem at West Point, but I'm not. Instead, I'm here today because this abhorrent behavior continues to manifest itself within our ranks. Any case of unwanted sexual contact or sexual harassment is unacceptable. Our mission is to develop leaders of character for the Army who will fight and win our nation's land conflicts and who are ready to lead in the crucible of ground combat. The issues I will discuss today have a direct impact on Army readiness. Sexual assault and harassment erode readiness and our ability to accomplish the mission. I am personally committed to preventing sexual assault and harassment, and I'm resolute in my commitment to continue to seek solutions at West Point. While I'm here to talk to you about West Point, I recognize this problem is not isolated to West Point and the Army. The increase in the number of cadets experiencing unwanted sexual conduct is unacceptable and troubles me greatly. These acts erode trust, are contrary to our Army's core values and impact readiness. These are situations that no one should ever have to experience. As leaders, we must protect the welfare of the victims who trusted us while at the same time holding the perpetrators accountable and appropriate for their actions, and as appropriate for their actions in accordance with due process of law. As we continuously improve our program, we must also focus on changing the culture to prevent these acts from occurring in the first place. To that end, we are open and welcome to forums such as these to find ideas we may not yet have considered. While much of what we see within the survey is troubling, some of the results are encouraging and indicate our efforts so far are having some effect on trust in our organization. 85% of cadets surveyed indicated they believe the Academy's senior leaders are taking honest and reasonable efforts to stop sexual assault. The fact that cadets trust their leadership is a direct result of our continued efforts to address this problem. More troubling, though, is the lack of trust they have in their peer leaders. This is a cultural problem that we must address. When cadets first report to West Point, they bring with them a set of values developed over their past 18 years. Our job is to take these young men and women and mold them into leaders with a character that aligns with the ideals of West Point and the values of our Army. We frequently talk about our leader development program as a 47-month developmental experience. But when it comes to sexual harassment and sexual assault, we don't have 4 years to shape their behavior and attitudes. We must prioritize our prevention efforts early on in their cadet experience. Moving forward, we will strengthen our education efforts to provide cadets the knowledge and skills needed to define and address the behaviors that are occurring. We will also continue to address cultural challenges like social media and access to illicit materials that impact our population, with the goal of helping cadets think more critically about themselves and their relationships. Success in our prevention and education efforts must permeate throughout the entire West Point community. Every individual working or living at West Point needs to recognize his or her role in contributing to this cultural change. Thank you for the opportunity to share our work with the committee. I appreciate your feedback in helping us find a solution. As we are in the business of developing leaders of character for our Army and nation, we must set and continue to enforce the highest of standards. I look forward to answering your questions.
Admiral Carter.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member Kelly, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the United States Naval Academy. Our mission is to develop midshipmen morally, mentally, and physically, and to imbue them with the highest ideals of duty, honor, and loyalty. We have a responsibility to ensure that the brigade of midshipmen has the opportunity to develop professionally in an environment that fosters dignity and respect. Despite dedicated efforts by the Naval Academy leadership and the brigade, we continue to experience incidents of unwanted sexual contact within our ranks. I and the rest of my leadership team have actively sought out professional advice from the experts on the best strategies to reduce this scourge within our student body. While we've made some productive improvements, we must do better. We initiated our plan of action this past summer. It is a comprehensive approach from admission to graduation and includes the following 4 primary components. First, we continue our rigorous pre-admission screening process, which relies on required teacher recommendations and police record checks to identify potential character challenges of those applying to the Naval Academy. Second, we continue to hone our sexual assault prevention programs. In addition to updating our student-led training program, this past year we launched an interdisciplinary evaluation of the entire 4-year leadership curriculum, pulling together all themes addressing life skills. This effort more closely aligned all programs and resulted in publishing a life skills handbook. Third, we've launched several initiatives to promote responsible alcohol choices, as we understand the strong correlation between alcohol use and unwanted sexual contact. Since we put these new initiatives into effect, we have experienced a 49% fewer alcohol-related incidents. Finally, we must continue to hold perpetrators appropriately accountable. All allegations of sexual assault are thoroughly investigated by the Naval Criminal Investigative Service and receive careful legal review prior to me deciding on a disposition. We are not where I want us to be, nor where the Navy needs us to be. The Naval Academy must produce leaders that not only treat others with dignity and respect, but also demand the same of those they lead. Thank you for your time today. I'm prepared to address your questions.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. Lieutenant General J. Silveria.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member Kelly, and other distinguished members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity today to discuss an issue that is fundamental to the health and safety of our cadets at the United States Air Force Academy, and of grave importance to our national security. Thank you for your dedication to confronting sexual harassment and sexual assault. misconduct that has no place at our academies or in our military. And for your concern about the well-being of our cadets and cadet candidates, I can assure you that these are concerns shared not only by myself and also by our dedicated staff, faculty, leadership, and most importantly, the cadets. As Superintendent of the Air Force Academy, I am here on behalf of our 4,281 cadets and 203 preparatory school cadet candidates, as well as the faculty and staff that are developing them into the future of leaders of our Air Force. But I'm also here as an Academy graduate, as a leader of airmen privileged to wear this uniform for more than 33 years. And as a father of 2 young members of this same generation, we are training and educating. From each of these perspectives, the results of the recent survey are disgusting. They do not reflect the standards we hold ourselves to as leaders. They do not reflect the core values of the United States Air Force or our Academy. We are committed to addressing these issues head-on, to be an example for the Air Force, Department of Defense, and society. It is clear our past efforts have not had the effects we intended or expected. These results are unacceptable. There is no question, even one instance of sexual assault or sexual harassment at our Academy is a problem. Far too many of our cadets have had experiences along the spectrum of harmful behaviors, from sexual harassment to sexual assault. The survey data shows that our cadets have been harmed, and that too many feel they can't come forward for help and support. It shows that cadets have harmed the peers they intend to serve alongside in defense of our nation. The data does not show us exactly why these egregious acts occurred, but we know that these are people, not statistics, and that leadership is the solution. I am frustrated and angered by the results, but I will not rest in my leadership until we get this right. In addition to implementing direction from the Department of Defense and Department of the Air Force, we are taking action with several current and future programs I have highlighted in my written testimony that we can elaborate on today and provide detailed information on as requested. Holding perpetrators of these crimes appropriately accountable is key to our efforts. When a victim makes an unrestricted report of sexual assault, we make sure the victim is getting necessary care and support, and the Air Force Office of Special Investigations begins to investigate. In addition to courts-martial and administrative discipline tools, we have a cadet discipline system that allows me to disenroll cadets for misconduct, as well as boards of inquiry typically used for officer discharges. For those victims who are hesitant to testify publicly, these processes give them a voice in a non-public setting while affording those accused of crimes their due process rights. In recent years, this committee has heard testimony from our Academy superintendents, from experts, and from survivors on our progress, or really lack thereof, on this very topic. I appreciate your continued vigilance on a serious problem that requires steadfast attention. Your oversight is rooted in a care for our cadets and our military that I wholeheartedly share. I also share your frustration, impatience, and anger that you may have for the results we've seen this year. I have personally met with many survivors, both men and women, one-on-one, that come to me voluntarily. I have learned and will continue to learn a great deal about their survivor experiences. As a commander, leader, airman, and father, their stories and their faces rock me to the core. And my motivation to change this culture, and they are my motivation to change this culture and stop this crime. We invite you to come visit our campus, see our programs firsthand, please, and speak with faculty, staff, and cadets. We hope that through these interactions we can work together towards improvement. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss a topic so vital to the future success of our Academy and our military, and to the health and safety of our cadets. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General Severia. I'd like to begin by asking Dr. Van Winkle a general question. You have been in this area for a very long time. You've done a lot of research. You do a lot of analysis. In your experience, what percentage of victims are telling the truth?
Based on the data that we have, and this is active duty and at the service academies, we see about 2% of the reports of sexual assault to be unfounded, which means that there's evidence that the crime did not occur. So it is a vast minority.
So, vast minority. It's 98% of those that are coming forward are telling the truth.
What we know is there's a larger proportion where we have an unsubstantiated report, and that means there wasn't enough evidence to move forward with a case of sexual assault. But that's very different than a false report. That false report, meaning that the crime did not occur, is at that 2%.
So, one of the issues that I think we have to address moving forward is the fact that there are so many restricted reports, and they're restricted because of this fear of retaliation. I think that if we get to a place where that information is shared, maybe online with Callisto or some other company that provides that kind of benefit, so that the victim can go online, put down information about their experience, photographs if they want, identify the perpetrator, and then if they see that that perpetrator is in fact responsible for conducting himself or herself in the same manner with others, they are more motivated either to come forward in an unrestricted report and hopefully rid the military of the predator. Let me ask the three superintendents, have each of you spoken to your cadets and midshipmen about this report? Have you had an actual information setting in which you have provided them with this information?
Yes, ma'am, I have electronically through the whole Corps. My commandant in the last week has, and we're doing a full West Point stand down. There'll be no classes, there'll be no sports, there'll be nothing about me talking to the cadets on the 25th of February. I plan to shut down everything and do what we call a stand down. So I have not had the opportunity to talk to the cadets, but my commandant has in the last week. And I've talked and sent a note to, immediately after the report came out, I sent a note electronically to every single one of my cadets.
Vice Admiral Carter.
Madam Chair, I've addressed the entire brigade upon their reformation after holiday break. And I rarely have the whole brigade together where I do not cover this topic. But we covered this topic based on this report, and they have heard the details of this report. And to be quite frank, the reaction from the brigade was also the same reaction that all of us have. It was one of shock. So I don't take that as anything that changes that, except the brigade was surprised by the results.
General Severia.
Yes, ma'am. I have addressed the cadet wing about this report, and part of that, I told them that I would planning on discussing with them next week. I have sessions planned with all of the classes to discuss this testimony. Additionally, I opened up to all of them after I explained the report to send me emails, and at this point I have so many that I can't get through.
General Severia, I'm in receipt of an email from the Vice Commandant, which I would like to ask unanimous consent that we submit for the record, and I think the copy has been made available to you. Do you have it there?
Yes, ma'am, I have it here.
So what troubles me about this email is it appears that there's been a crest that has been stolen at the Academy. And I guess it's one of those pranks that happens not all that rarely. But the essence of the complaints, I guess, that have been visited on Colonel Campbell is that there's more interest in the concern about returning the class crest than in talking about the results of the survey of sexual harassment and sexual assault. The one part of this email that is deeply troubling to me that I want to read and get your comments on is the last paragraph, in which he says, your cadet leaders are not at fault for the information flow. I am. If you want a target, it is me. They have no control on this topic. If you are that passionate, my door is open. Come on in, and we can discuss. If you want to attack from a platform or medium of anonymity, then have at it. You are a coward, and we aren't listening. If you have a problem, bring a solution. There is no room in our Air Force for those not willing to own their opinions or positions. If you don't like this idea, you are free to leave. I'll happily expedite your transition to the civilian world. We hold higher standards here. If you don't like them, move on. You don't deserve to lead our incredible airmen. Do you have a comment about that?
Yes, ma'am. If I can add some context. Yes, it was a prank where the cadets, the freshmen, the fourth classmen had stolen the crest.
I'm not concerned about the crest.
Yes, ma'am. And so in the effort to recover the crest, the cadet leadership was trying to find through who had taken the crest. And in that, there was a lot of conversation about the crest, and it was beginning to take over a lot of the conversation among the cadet wing. And so at the same time was the moment that I stepped in and I addressed the cadet wing about these results and told them that I was going to testify. And so Colonel Campbell was very concerned that the cadets perceived that there was a perception that the crest was more important than the results that I had discussed.
I understand all that, General. My concern is one of the issues that we're dealing with is this fear of retaliation. And anonymity is often offered to these cadets in a restricted report because of their fear of retaliation. And the way I read that last paragraph, he is mocking those who are commenting about the fact that there's more interest and concern about the crest being stolen than about talking about this issue of sexual assault and sexual harassment in the academies. And the tone of that email is hostile. And for anyone, if I was a cadet at the Air Force Academy, which I would never have gotten into, but if I was a cadet and I read that paragraph, I would know full well the last thing I would ever do is report a sexual assault.
Ma'am, in this case, the anonymity that he is referring to is using anonymity to use it as a platform to criticize. And that cyberbullying is what was going on that he was addressing directly. We all have, at all of our academies, we all have social media platforms that are anonymous, and they continue to be a problem. There's all sorts of different versions of them. And so this anonymous platform was being used to be very critical, very negative, and in his view, very cowardice. It was not about the fact that they wouldn't have a chance to report something anonymous. It was about the fact that they were anonymously criticizing about that fact. Ma'am, we fully support the idea of the restricted report. We fully support the idea of Callisto and others to give cadets that opportunity to report anonymously.
Okay. I don't know that I fully agree with you in terms of the evaluation of that paragraph, but let's move on. I want to see uniformity of benefits for the victims. I want to be able to say to each appointee that I make to the academies that you're all going to be treated alike if you are sexually assaulted or sexually harassed. So let me ask this. Would each of you offer to a cadet or a midshipman who has been sexually assaulted, either restricted or unrestricted, either confirmed or unconfirmed, the ability to take a sabbatical year? Lieutenant General Williams, just go down the line if you would.
Madam Chair, I would. In fact, we do. We do that now. It's called a medical leave of absence.
I don't know that we need to call it a medical leave of absence, but I think a sabbatical is something that doesn't carry with it a spin one way or the other. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We initiated that program a number of years ago, and it's alive and well.
Yes, ma'am. We've had it for a number of years, and it functions very well, 6 months and for a year.
And it's automatic if it's requested?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How about a transfer to another academy? General Williams?
And if it would help the victim and help them heal in this process, I would support it. Yes, ma'am.
But you don't have it presently, correct?
We do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. Admiral?
We have not gathered our thoughts together on the mechanism to do it. I am not opposed to it as superintendent of the Naval Academy. I do think that we'd have to understand that would extend somebody's academic time, but if it benefited them to get through the undergraduate program at any of the service academies, I don't think any of us would have an issue with it.
Thank you. General?
Ma'am, I completely agree. If it benefited a victim, we don't have that mechanism in place right now, but if it benefited the victim, then I would fully support.
All right. And how about, I know at least one of the academies have taken a public position that you will not, there will be no action taken against you for collateral violations if you want to file a sexual assault or sexual harassment report. Is that true for all of you?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Has it been made public to all of the cadets?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Admiral?
Madam Chair, we have the same program, and this is one of those events where collaborating and seeing how the Air Force did it presented a much better idea than how we were doing it. So we have incorporated their program, and it's been announced to our brigade.
So this is the first year it'll be operational?
Well, it's a slight difference. We don't hold any of the victims to collateral misconduct during the course of the investigation. But in light of the way we see how Air Force did it, if the knowledge of misconduct comes up during the course of the investigation, never be held against the victim at all. We have been previously revisiting some misconduct after adjudication, but not to a separation level. I like the way I saw the Air Force Academy was doing it better, and we've just instituted that.
All right. General?
Ma'am, we did initiate that, as we call it, a safe-to-report policy that ensures that no collateral misconduct, that there no charges would be brought or any any retribution in any way for some misconduct if they were a sexual assault victim.
And finally, I think one of the admirals, one of the superintendents that I've spoken to in the last few days indicated that you are about to implement recoupment from first or second year cadets or midshipmen. Historically, it's only been juniors or seniors. And I want to know to what extent we can make that something that is going to be used in each of the academies across the board where there is a conviction.
Ma'am, I'll start. That was me. We, as you know, all of us seek recoupment for the last 2 years. But yes, we have changed that. So in the first 2 years, if you commit serious misconduct, in this case sexual assault or drug offense or something that you are disenrolled for serious misconduct, then we will seek recoupment.
Admiral? We
have not explored that possibility. We are now aware of it, and we're very interested in understanding how it works exactly. It should be the same. And as you know, it's a recommendation by us to our Secretary of the Navy or our service secretaries for that eventual decision. But I am in full support of that option.
Madam Chair, I'd be open to that as well. But we have not currently been in that space.
All right. And finally, Dr. Van Winkle, having gone over those various services and benefits for the victims, do you have any comments that you'd like to make about them?
No, I would just say that on the OSD side, we obviously understand that each of the academies have unique cultures and may have some differences in their policies and protocols. But where there is a promising practice, we support standardization across the academies.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The best way to prevent these crimes from happening is to prevent those with character issues from entering the academies to begin with. If each of you, starting with you, Dr. Van Winkle, can tell me how we can improve the nomination process as members, and you as the academies who's overseeing them, to ensure we have a good assessment of the candidate's character.
Thank you for the question. As you heard in my opening statement, we are looking at the entire life cycle of the cadets and midshipmen, including selection into the academies. This is not to say that the current selection criteria is inadequate. What we are looking at, and we are still in the infancy stages of evaluation on this, is whether there are additional metrics that we could use that get to that moral development and moral character that we're looking for. So we're right now just in the evaluation stage of the data and what we're looking for and what metrics might be feasible. But again, it is important to note that we are in no way saying that the selection criteria be changed. It would be more of an enhancement.
Thanks, Ranking Member Kelly. I think this is a place where we owe you a better model. We currently, when we admit cadets to West Point. We know very well their academic potential based on their academic performance, their SATs, ACTs. We require them to take a physical readiness aspect. What's missing, in my humble opinion, in 7 months as the superintendent is more there. We owe you a better template. We ask principals, teachers to write essays about Cadet X, Y. I think it's okay, but I think it could be more robust with more rigor in that space.
Admiral.
Sir, this is a tough problem to figure out, but I will tell you what we're currently doing where I think we could maybe do a little bit more. We put a great deal of stock in the teacher evaluations of prospective midshipmen. We often pick out nuggets within those evaluations that are very worthy for us to look at. The interviews that we do, we have blue and gold representatives. They represent me in the admission process, and of course interviews that either you or your staff do for your prospective candidates from your voting districts. We look at police records. I'd like to be able to tell you we have the access to look at everybody's social media background. We certainly do that for a number of the midshipmen that come to the Naval Academy, but it's not 100%. That is a space that could probably be looked at more. And I'll share with you that on occasion we get an anonymous letter about something that might have happened. And when that happens, we take that very seriously and we set up a character review board on that individual. So again, we're doing as much as we can right now, but I think we could still do a little bit more.
In general, real quickly.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think I would agree that we owe you that we need to work together better on that with your staffs and with your nomination processes, that all of us need to focus on qualities as opposed to qualifications of an individual. And just like Admiral Carter points out, we all look for the slightest hints and clues from teachers, from coaches, from recommendation letters. We look for the slightest and we pursue those, whether it's social media, police, we pursue any slightest lead that we have if there's any concern.
The only thing I'll say, and I know it's we already have issues with this resource-wise and getting security clearances for enough people, but that's much more in depth and they're much better qualified. So I don't know if we can morph that into something else or do something a little different, but sometimes those folks, having gone through a security clearance, may be able to do a similar thing that goes beyond what just the teachers say. As a former district attorney, I'm aware how challenging sexual assault offenses can be to prosecute. There are a litany of reasons why victims don't come forward. Some are retaliatory. Some are a whole different range of options of why they don't come forward. Can you explain the current options you have available to hold the offenders accountable? And I'll start with you, General. What can you do as a commandant to hold a potential offender or an offender accountable?
Ranking Member Kelly, thank you. The Uniform Code of Military Justice, as we spoke earlier, gives me the options and tools I need as a commander. Short of that, you have non-judicial punishment. I have administrative actions I can take as well as working at echelon with my commander. So the chain of command in this space is very valuable in setting the right tone. Commanders set tone and expectations in a command, and that's the tools that I most cherish in this space.
And I would also just encourage you to understand that there's a code of moral and ethics and honor at each of the academies, and sometimes you may not be able to prove an unsubstantiated report against an offender, but other things they are doing makes him unfit to serve as an officer in the military service. And I would just encourage you, when you have that opportunity, you can still have that person go away if they have a course of conduct that you can't substantiate the sexual assault. You can do that otherwise. Developing morally and ethically strong officers is a primary mission of all the service academies. Trust is tantamount to good military orders, and especially among leaders. How do you incorporate character development into the curriculum at the academies? And if you can real quickly just tell me that. Character in the curriculum.
Ranking Member Kelly, we have the West Point Leader Development System, which is focused primarily on character. It's ingrained in all things we do, whether it's in academics, whether it's in sports. Character is my #1 line of effort at the United States Military Academy. So we do that both in terms of curriculum, in terms of pedagogy, but also in terms of practically how we do it day to day from a practitioner standpoint as well.
Sir, we have it embedded in our leadership curriculum. But recently, just over the last couple of years, it's taken us about 2 years to do. We completely revamped our aptitude measuring system, which now encompasses everything except academic performance and physical education performance, so that we can look at the character development specifically of our midshipmen. They actually get a discrete grade in a very subjective system that uses everything from peer ranking to rankings by others that are in their sports teams, their clubs, and ultimately the officer that is directly over them. So this is relatively new, and we find good progress.
Sir, we have a Center for Creative Leadership, a Center for Character and Leadership Development, and we use that as an integrating function for character elements across the curriculum, across the military training, and across the athletic department, so that it's integrated everywhere that a cadet interacts. There's character development and there's leadership responsibilities.
And the final question, and I'll start with you, Dr. Van Winkle, but I want to preface this with a statement. You guys are accountable to get this right and to make this the right thing. Our job is to make sure you have every tool available to you to make sure that we take care of each and every soldier, and so that we don't have one sexual assault, especially not a sexual assault that is not reported. So Dr. Van Winkle and each member, what tool can we give you that will help you do that? And if you need to do that in writing later, I'm fine. But what tool can we give you as Congress that helps you to do this mission?
I can respond right now generally that your partnership is extremely important. I do feel from the data that we see that our infrastructure is sound. We have some evidence that when somebody does make that courageous decision to report, that our systems that are in place are good systems. 81% of the service academy students who came forward to make a report said that they would make the same decision again. However, we have too few people reporting, and we have an issue in terms of our culture and climate, and that we need to look at our strategies. And we certainly appreciate your feedback on that as our partners in this space.
Ranking Member Kelly, 273 young men and women spoke to us on this survey. You've given us what we need. You've given us the resources. It's my responsibility as the superintendent at West Point to take care of the sons and daughters that you've given us. You've given us what we need. We need to get an action plan and come back to you and talk to you how we're going to fix this.
Sir, we're developing a multifaceted plan. I don't know that I need to ask for more resources or more capability in terms of us owning it, which we need to do. And I think that's what you're hearing from us today. I've been the superintendent for 5 years. And I have testified in front of this committee before, and as Dr. Van Winkle said, I committed myself to trying to improve in this. I am frustrated, and I think that we can't educate our way out of it, we can't train our way out of it. The accountability piece is what is going to move the needle on this, and I'm committed to getting that part better and more right. I think I have the resources to do that, but if we come up with something that we could ask you for, we're going to send you a note, sir.
Sir, I have the same sentiment. I have the resources. I have the policy that I need. What I need is to continue to build on the culture that I own and I'm responsible for as the leader. And it's clear from this survey, one of the major areas that we have to work on is the peer-to-peer relationship. And we're going to take that on. We already have some plans to do that, and I'll come back to you if I need resources. But right now, sir, I have the resources I need, but it's my responsibility as the leader to execute this, and I do on this.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Since you have indicated that you have a resource issue with reviewing the social media of applicants, why not ask the blue and gold officers to do that as they are spending time interviewing the potential candidates?
I think we could certainly incorporate that. It's certain districts, it's just going to be a little bit more time consuming, and I don't think there's anything that prevents us from doing it. I think there's any legal reason why we can't do it, so we'll explore that.
All right. Mrs. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And going to the social media situation, and I know that I think Dr. Van Winkle, you mentioned this as well. I remember a hearing that we held several years ago, actually, and General Neller was there, and we asked that question basically. Are you monitoring Facebook and Twitter, every possible account that a student has? And at that time, quite honestly, they weren't. And I know we had I had a discussion with the general just recently about this, and it still sounds to me like they're not doing as much as they could be doing in general recruiting. And so I think when it comes to the academies as well, I'm not suggesting that that's a panacea here, but on the other hand, I think even from a sense of entitlement that somebody might be expressing on Twitter, which isn't blatant, I guess I would read that and I would, want to know a little bit more. And so I'm really hopeful that if there are problems, if there are barriers, let's address them. Let's figure it out. I can assure you that we don't have a barrier when we hire someone in our office. We let them know that we're going to take a look at their accounts. And I just think that's important. I think it's important for young people to know that for their future, it's better and that they not engage in that kind of behavior, even if they think it's just cool. So I hope you do that, and that that could be helpful. I also wanted to ask. I believe Admiral Carter, you mentioned that you thought you were getting at the alcohol problem, or you were seeing improvements. Is that right, sir? What are you doing specifically?
Yes, ma'am. What we have done is, again, a multifaceted approach. We went on this campaign in front of the whole brigade to make them understand that this is part of their professional life. We went to health and comfort inspections in the large dormitory that they all live in called Bancroft Hall. We had made sure that there is no alcohol inside the dormitory. And there's a very well stated policy that if you're found with alcohol in your room, it's a dismissal, meaning you will be separated from the Naval Academy. We put together a joint task force that actually helped in putting together the education programs to show midshipmen why responsible use of alcohol was needed. We put together a program called Midnight Teachable Moments, where we actually use alcohol under control circumstances to show midshipmen exactly what the results of those are. So those are just some of the things that we've done. The midshipmen themselves created a guardian angel program. These are the seniors. So they go out in downtown Annapolis, which is walking distance from our campus, and they are preventing things before they happen. Now, I will share one example with you. We had an incident a couple weeks ago where a midshipman got out of hand with alcohol and got into a little bit of an engagement with one of these guardian angels. We secured liberty for the entire brigade of midshipmen for 2 weeks. So one alcohol incident was now treated to punish the entire brigade. I can tell you the brigade got that message very quickly. They had a hard time understanding it, but we're now enforcing that type of part of the program. And then, of course—
And do you think, I'm sorry to sort of interrupt, but do you think that that's being heard in sort of the same context for men and women?
I don't have the breakout between men and women. I know men at the Naval Academy have a higher tendency to be involved in binge drinking than women. But in our case, 72% of all this by survey, of all of our unwanted sexual contact has involved alcohol. I'm not blaming alcohol or saying if you take it away completely that these things won't happen, but I know reducing that significantly will have an impact.
And the safe to report that you mentioned, because I think that my understanding is that there are a number of women who feel that they are held accountable if they had a few drinks, and therefore they will not report a sexual assault or harassment because they're then transferred or something happens to them that's negative as opposed. So the safe to report allows them to report without that. Is that correct in terms of drinking?
I've never separated a female victim for collateral misconduct.
Okay. And finally, we talk about peer leaders and how important they are. Are we doing the same kind of climate assessments of their leadership so that if it's determined that in fact they're not leading well, that their advancement is hampered, called into question? How actively are you doing that? How much do they know you're doing that? And how many people have you stopped in their career ladder because of that behavior?
This is exactly why we created this new aptitude measuring system. Part of that is to measure their leadership capability, whether they're a junior or a senior. I wanted to make sure that I didn't have anybody flying under the radar that was meeting all the minimums academically and physically, and everything else looked okay because they didn't have a conduct record. This was a chance to have their peers and those that know them best tell us about them. And I suspect, even though this is relatively new, we're going to be putting midshipmen in front of us that have problems that might not have shown up before. So I'm optimistic about this new approach for how to look at that measuring system.
Right, thank you, because sometimes people are achieving, but that doesn't mean that they're acting appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a point here that I think is important. We're talking about alcohol, and we would be amiss if we somehow want to place the blame on alcohol, because in the actual survey at West Point, 45% of the women indicated that the alleged offender had been drinking alcohol. So almost half, but not a significant majority of cases. At the Naval Academy, it wasn't broken out quite the same way. It just said nearly 2/3, 64% indicated that they or their alleged offender had been drinking alcohol. And then at the Air Force Academy, it was 53% who indicated the alleged offender had been drinking, and 51% indicated that they had been drinking. So maybe it's half, but it's not 65, 75, 85%. So I don't want us to lose sight of that fact in looking at this issue. Mr. Abraham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Admiral, back to you and Ms. Davis's exchange. The Navy has been recognized for its prevention program in sexual assault and sexual prevention. It's evidently doing some good stuff. Was some of that you mentioned some of the highlights of that program, or would you wish to elaborate on maybe a couple more that the committee could learn from?
The program that we have at the Naval Academy is called SHAPE. It's Sexual Harassment and Assault Prevention. It's evidence-based education. It's been developed by experts. We've been working on it for 12 years. It's 20 hours of education and training across 4 years. It starts on induction day. It's peer-led, small group session with fleet mentors, and it's been updated. We have peer educators. We have well over 130 that apply for 80 positions, to include varsity athletes, leaders within the brigade. They receive an extensive 2-week program. They lead 9 syllabus sessions during the course of each year. We also have guides that are part of this program. These are midshipmen embedded into each of the 30 companies. Each company is about 150 midshipmen, 2 per company, and they are that resource that knows when somebody's having a problem, can say, hey, here's where the resource is where you can get counseling or make a report. They also receive an extensive 2-week training program, and typically we have about 130 applicants for that. So that's just a thumbnail of what that education program looks like.
And General Severe, is your HRT and CHIPS program similar to that? Give me a little G2 on that.
Yeah, sir, very similar in the elements that they have, in that we all know at this point that small group in this subject matter works best. While initially when our cadets and our midshipmen arrive, we need to get a lot of information out quickly, but we move to CHIPS as the Cadet Healthy Interpersonal Skills, and it was recognized as a best practice to the committee, and we've shown with evidence informed of how that's beginning to change behavior in surveys after they've had some of that. Healthy relationship training, sir, is a lot of the programs that we've done in the past have been about what not to do. And so we tell someone that they can't do this, and they can't touch this, and they can't do that, and they can't do without consent. Healthy relationship training takes a different approach. It teaches them how to have a healthy relationship between 2 people, what consent is, what boundaries are. So it's an approach of how to have a healthy relationship. So those are a little bit different, yes, sir.
Dr. Van Winkle, I'll take this for the record if you need. You can certainly answer it if you can, but I was looking at your resume, and it's quite impressive, but you have a PhD in applied experimental psychology. On these predators, whatever we want to call these people that do these terrible things to these survivors, have you analyzed, is there a blip on the radar screen in something they've done in a personality previously, just that marker that won't definitely say that they're going to go this particular way, but maybe they might?
I would have to take that for the record.
Right.
It's not within my area of expertise, and certainly there is research to predict offending behaviors. It's certainly not a settled science, but I can take that for the record and get you the information we do have on that.
I'd appreciate that as a physician. It would be interesting. And my last question, and General Williams, I'll send it to you, and we can certainly get the others' involvement. On the last panel, Mr. Christensen mentioned in the last one of his talking points, if I understood that right, that athletes are not held to the same level of accountability as other cadets. Now, is that true?
Congressman, that is not true. All athletes, cadets are held to the same standard at West Point, and I'm sure the other academies as well. There's no sanctuary for athletes at the United States Military Academy.
I understand. I see the others not. So, Madam Chair, I yield back.
All right. Ms. Luria, you're next. Is it that you would like to postpone?
I don't have a immediate question.
All right. Let's then move on to Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Van Winkle, so in the report, one of the reasons why women did not choose to report was, quote, that they would take care of the problem themselves. Does this indicate that there's a problem in the actual reporting process, or that it's cumbersome, or that, what are your thoughts about that? Why or just a sense that it's, you know, too painful to go through the process?
I appreciate the question. The data doesn't get at exactly what they mean by when they say that they took care of the problem themselves, either by avoiding or confronting the person. We know a few things, though, from our focus groups. We do go out every other year to talk to the cadets and midshipmen. We talk to them about the survey results. We ask them questions about it. And often what we see in our data is the reasons for not reporting are often very personal reasons, less to do with the system in place, but much more to do with wanting to forget about it and move on. We also have concerns within the Academy about gossiping and peer response, which again speaks to what we're trying to do when we're engaging the cadets and midshipmen themselves. And it also looks a little different than what we see in the active duty. What we hear in the focus groups is freshmen and sophomores often say they would hesitate to report because they don't want that to define them. They're only there for 4 years. Juniors and seniors often say they don't want to report because they don't want the investigation to follow them into the active duty or be defined as they move into the active duty by this report. And all of them talk more about concerns about peer reaction than, again, barriers in the actual system that's in place. And I mentioned the data point that when we do get folks to come forward and report, from our survey data, 81% said that they would make the same decision again. It's getting them to come forward and report that is a challenge we're trying to address.
That peer reaction, that's very interesting, and I feel like that's where we as a society, whether it be in the military or in the private sector, public sector, where people need to feel accommodated and supported by their peers, or that their peers will stand up to that retaliation. So we've clearly still got a long way to go on that front in the military. Thank you so much. To the superintendents, so the 4 focus areas were mentioned: the promoting responsible alcohol choices, reinvigorating the prevention of sexual assault, and the third one I'm very curious about: enhancing a culture of respect. Could each one of the superintendents just briefly tell me how you're doing that?
Congresswoman, yes. So as my colleague mentioned, we have a Simon Center for Professional Military Ethic as well. So I have an organization within the West Point that's charged with designing character in this space about trust. But the folks that really are going to get at this daily are the cadets, our tactical officers. Each company, we are organized at West Point into company teams, and each one of the companies, there's a captain, a commissioned officer, and a senior non-commissioned officer with that company. and then our coaches and also our rotating faculty. So all of those folks emulate what it means to be, what respect looks like, what it means to be an officer or a cadet in good standing, so by being good role models. But more importantly, they have real conversations. Last week, and it wasn't because of a result of this panel, but I witnessed we had 119 classes last Wednesday during the Commandant's Hour, it's called a Leader Challenge 3, where we had cadets, the company tactical officers, the academic professors, led by the cadet leadership, where they were talking about real issues. They were talking about sex and healthy relationships that was mentioned earlier. And so what's important is you get the cadets, the faculty, the coaches, all of them pulling the same way in this area. It can't be just the cadre, it can't be the cadets doing this. It requires a comprehensive approach across the academy.
I'll just briefly give two examples. One is this life skills handbook that I mentioned in my verbal testimony that we have now initiated. It not only dives down into this understanding of what dignity and respect means from a midshipman perspective, it also helps redefine that for all of our influencers. So our coaches, our faculty, our staff, our sponsor parents, I think it's really critical, and that's built into our in-classroom curriculum. And finally, Sheryl Sandberg came and spoke to the Naval Academy in 2013, and it was where she coined the phrase lean in. And the Naval Academy has taken on lean in circles, and it's really starting to grow even more. There are approximately 200 midshipmen that meet in 12 different circles, and they cover every tough topic of what it means to be a professional. Some of them are all women, some of the circles are all men, some of them are mixed. I think this is a grassroots growth program that we can continue to cultivate. And by the way, we have fleet mentors in there, so they're helping them guide the conversation.
Ma'am.
My time's expired. Thank you very much.
You can respond.
Ma'am, for us, what that means is that we're looking about the whole person here. It's not just about dignity and respect regarding another gender in the area of sexual harassment or sexual assault, because what we have to teach is that discrimination in all manners, whether it's race, religion, background, sexuality, any discrimination in any way takes away and degrades at that dignity and respect. So we go out of our way to support and encourage a number of affinity groups in the areas of LGB and a number of race groups and ethnic groups that allow them and the cadets interact in that way. I mean, just Friday night, a couple weeks ago, I was with the Jewish cadets as an example. And so we have to continue to show that richness of diversity. And then I've spoken a lot about that to my cadets, specifically about that richness of diversity. We all have remarkably diverse campuses and remarkably diverse student bodies that are continuing to grow that more. That's what we are referring to.
Thank you. Mr. Bergman, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General Williams, I want to make sure I got this right. Cadets lack trust in peer leaders. Could you just expound on that for me, please?
Congressman, thank you. Yes, the survey suggests that cadets do not have the same respect or trust, and this is about accountability. Part of being a professional, whether it be an airman or is about stewardship, and so they're struggling with, depending on what their class is, ownership for each other. This is a part of what we do in Army. It's the ethos of our culture, the Army culture. So the cadets work very hard on their 47-month experience. They understand General Williams or Captain Smith, who's their company tactical officer, but as they develop and are learning to take ownership for their profession, they have a hard time sometimes holding each other accountable.
Is that something that's happened over time, where because of their high school experience, they're not used to the hierarchy that maybe some of us who are older and went to high school, decades earlier, where now everybody feels as though they, the participation trophy mentality?
Congressman, I think that is part of it. We're taking folks from all over America, and it's a tough transition for some. Some need 47 months, some need longer than 47 months to make that transition.
So since we're talking about, we got blue and gold, do we have black and gold? And what else? What does the Air Force have?
Prop and wings officers, sir.
Okay, so the point is, could any or all of you just describe is this blue and gold or black and gold or, prop? Is that a volunteer position? Is it a paid position? Tell us a little bit about who these people are and how much time they have to devote to, if you will, digging into the background of an applicant.
Sure, I'll answer first. Our blue and gold officers are representatives of the superintendent, but work through our admissions department. They are volunteers. They're not always Naval Academy graduates. They're in every voting district throughout the country. They're over 2,000 strong, and they are the eyes on. They're the validation of who we're looking at beyond just what we see on paper, the personal statement, the teacher recommendations, the grades, all of it.
I don't want to dwell on this, but the idea is they are volunteers.
Yes, sir.
So they're working probably a full-time career doing something else. And because of their passion for the service academies, they have volunteered their time to interview, to interact with, et cetera, and to advise potential.
And they're required to get training every periodic moment, or every period of time, about 5 years, so they understand what we're looking for.
Okay, and then one final question that any or all of you can answer: is there any, or maybe Dr. Van Winkle, is there any comparative data to other non-military, your basic public-private colleges and universities, as to the type of behavior, the type of at-risk behavior, if you will, that the 18 to 20-year-olds who are in those first couple of years, is there comparative data out there that says these service academies have more of a problem than XYZ college or university?
I can speak to that in general terms. We don't typically have a good comparison point in civilian colleges and universities, nor do we compare ourselves with them. Certainly our mission space is different, our expectations are different, our selection criteria is different.
But if we were just, I know my time is going short here, the idea is two friends graduate from high school together, one goes to an academy, one goes to, some other school. They come in, they're matched ideally, if you will, in their experience, their outlook, their everything, they're a match, but then they split and go down two different educational paths. I'm wondering, is the behavior of the individual who chooses something other than a service academy, do we know, are there differences?
What we do know in looking at colleges and universities comes from a 2015 study sponsored by the American Association of Universities, which looked at 27 colleges and universities across the country. Looking at those rates, comparing them to ours now, which again are slightly apples and oranges in terms of metrics and scientific methods behind it, we're about on par. But as I mentioned, we certainly hold ourselves to a higher standard.
Well, thank you very much, and I yield back.
All right. Dr. Van Winkle, you had indicated that of those that do come forward, 80% of them are happy with the way they were treated. Is that correct? Is that how you put it?
No, for clarification, I would say that 81%, and this is from the survey, so this is an estimate, of those who came forward and reported would make the same decision to report again.
Thank you for that clarification. What I think is important for us to point to, and it's true in each of the academies, it's probably most true at the Air Force Academy, is that women who have not come forward to report do not have a high confidence that they will be protected. At the military academy, 55% of the women indicated they would trust the academy to a large extent to ensure their safety. At the Naval Academy, it was 46%. At the Air Force Academy, it was 39%. So that would suggest to us that there is not the confidence in the academy leadership that their safety will be ensured if only half or less than half have confidence in it. So that's something we should drill down about later. Mrs. Luria.
Thank you for being here to testify today. And I'm trying to go through, some of the comments that have made and rectify these, in my mind versus my personal experience being that, I attended the Naval Academy and also spent 20 years in the fleet and as a commanding officer having to deal with these type of situations for sailors who work for me. And there's several comments that have been made, but, I wanted to kind of touch on this in the setting of the hearing because Admiral Carter and I discussed it in my office earlier this week was, how does this compare relative to the fleet or to our active forces? And then, are there any lessons that have been done more effectively within the fleet that we think we should be transferring back to the academy setting? And I'll start with you, Admiral Carter, since we already touched on this.
I certainly think there's things to learn from the two living conditions and the demographics and the age group. I think we could take ourselves down a dangerous path if we think that the 17 to 21-year-old demographic of the fleet is the exact same representative of what we see at the Naval Academy.
But, myself in command, and I know yesterday when we spoke, you said you had been in command in some capacity since 1999, and then you were the XO when we served together on Truman shortly after that. That is the demographic, at least from my experience, where most recently these reports come in as far as fleet sailors as well. So why do you consider there to be a difference?
The enlisted sailors that are coming in, and that would be the demographic we're looking at, they're changing. Very different than when you and I served on Harry S. Truman 20 years ago. They're better educated. Many more of them are married. They live a different lifestyle. And then, of course, once we send them out on a ship or on a deployment with an air squadron or on a submarine, they live in a very, very close environment where they're controlled and they're watched in their work environment, and there's no alcohol involved in that. So, over the course of that time in that environment, you're going to see a whole lot less of these unwanted sexual contact data, and I'm confident of that. The midshipmen still are in an academic setting, even though they're in a very controlled academic setting. And that's not to make a pass for, the type of lifestyle they have at the Naval Academy, but it's just a different environment, as you recall, living there. But I think we can still look for best practices that come from the fleet and see if they can apply to what we do at the Naval Academy.
Well, thank you. And so out of all the comments that were made today, there were a couple things that, popped out because I think we're all scratching our head. These are not the results that we wanted to hear. And something that did come up in the earlier testimony was that, the victims' legal counsels, for example, didn't have a lot of experience in dealing with victims. So that is just a point of maybe an area that we could look at what type of training they get. And then, on the side of, medical professionals in the faith community with how they fit into the whole picture of developing midshipmen morally, mentally, and physically, that they tie into that picture with, dealing with the victims. And I think my frustration as a commanding officer in the fleet when I had sailors who dealt with this was that I felt that the reticence of people to report was because they thought nothing was going to ever happen. And then nothing that was ever going to happen was not because the chain of command didn't take it seriously, because we took it very seriously. But it was more so that the process took so long for anything to happen. It moved at a glacial speed. And like you said, Dr. Van Winkle, people are worried about this in their second-class midshipmen, so junior year, following through with them to the fleet. And so I don't know how to crack that nut of, a more expeditious process to make sure that, it's being handled, but people know it's being handled and, what the results are. Because, Admiral Carter, as we spoke the other day, you said accountability was the biggest issue. But if someone reports something and nothing happens for 18 months or 2 years, that's hard to draw the accountability back because people's memories are actually short. So I don't know if anyone has any comments on that topic.
I'll just say one brief thing. The Victim Legal Counsel was brought on during my tenure here at the Naval Academy. I thought it actually would change and really make a difference for those that had stepped forward. And quite honestly, I did not see more female victims actually go through with the investigation or go through with the preliminary hearing office. Didn't see that change. That Victim Legal Counsel does not work for me. They're independently assigned to the Naval Academy. They're permanent. I found them to be very experienced. They're not first legal job, and they do meet with their survivors or victims in person.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. That was different than what was mentioned earlier. So, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Ms. Cheney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I wanted to, and I appreciate that the Chairwoman read or submitted for the record the entire email from Colonel Campbell, but I wanted to mention a couple of things that were not read. In the first paragraph of the email, the Colonel says that the SAGR report is, quote, exceptionally important. In the second paragraph, he says sexual assault and gender relations, the report is absolutely a command priority. In the third paragraph, he says, don't for a minute think we believe the class crest is more important than sexual assault. And the paragraph that the Chairwoman did read has absolutely nothing to do with victim anonymity. And I think it's very important that the record reflect that is not a conversation at all about victim anonymity. And I think, in fact, victim anonymity is crucial. And I think that it's very important that we not look towards increasing the number of unrestricted reports as our only measure of success here. I think, as Dr. Van Winkle mentioned, there are a number of reasons why people don't report, a number of reasons why they want to be able to report in a restricted fashion, including that they don't want to have this follow them for their life. They don't want to be known as a victim, and I think that's very important. And I think that we need to keep in mind that compassion for survivors and for victims and not look as though we're forcing everyone into a public reporting setting. Secondly, I'd say that while it is true that the report shows that alcohol was a factor in at least half of these incidents that were reported, that's a huge issue. And I think it would be reckless and irresponsible for us if we did not address the issue of alcohol. It's not a silver bullet, it's not a panacea, but when we have something that we know is present in approximately half, in some cases a little over half of these incidents that we know of, we've got to address it. And so I would like to ask each of the superintendents if you could talk specifically about the programs that you have in place, the programs that you think you need to put in place at each of the academies to deal with this issue of alcohol abuse.
Congresswoman, we have a long way to go in this space. We've done everything from a cadet who has created or had some sort of misconduct in alcohol. We put them in the alcohol substance abuse program. It was mentioned earlier about the leader development program. If a cadet commits some act in this space, he gets an F, he gets an academic grade F. It's part of his GPA. So those are sort of one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is every week they work this. Our TAC and TAC NCOs work this really, really hard. Before special events, before every weekend, they do briefings with the cadets. But I'm not satisfied where we are in terms of, I'm having my commandant look at all of our policies in terms of how long we have a number of places on West Point where cadets can, if they're of age, they can't be underage. If they're of age, where they can drink alcohol. I'm relooking all of those, our current policies. And so we're looking at doing some changes in that respect. So we're doing a lot right now, but we're not doing enough, and I'm relooking the whole thing.
Thank you. Admiral Carter.
Ma'am, I started to talk about some of our programs, such as the Guardian Angel program, the Midnight Teachable Moments, the task force that we stood up. I would also tell you that accountability at this lower level of a problem before it turns into a potential assault, when you take away the alcohol piece, as I said, it won't take them all away, but for us, we think it has a significant part. We're redefining what those are. So, for example, if you get a DUI at the Naval Academy, you'll be separated from the Naval Academy. 2 alcohol-related incidents, whether they happen plebe year and senior year, you'll also be dismissed. A failure from an alcohol treatment program will also be cause for dismissal. A higher penalty for underage drinking, even though it's not a zero defect mentality, it's one that we have to continue to go after. And as we are hearing, as you're hearing us today, we all meet and talk about our best practices and how we're doing it so that we can get to some more common themes so that we're all doing it about the same way.
Thank you. General Silveria.
Yes, ma'am. After I arrived, I didn't like the way that a lot of the alcohol was available and the way that it was handled within the cadet wing. And so I made a number of changes last year in the availability, how it was served, and I made a number of changes, increasing supervision both at events inside the academy and outside the academy with supervision. The other thing that we've done is we've created a training program for our third classmen, our sophomores, because that's the age when they become of age for most of them. So we've created a training program that focuses on prevention of alcohol-related incidents. And all of the commanders have availability, and they use it. If they get a risk factor where they see that somebody has used it, they can put someone in that prevention program, whether they're a 3-degree or not. So we're training and then the increased supervision.
Thank you very much. My time's expired.
All right, that brings us to the end of the hearing. Let me thank you very much for your participation today. I really believe that you want to do the right thing. I also worry that we have not found the formula that's going to reduce the numbers. They can't keep going up. And Dr. Van Winkle, I'm very heartened to hear you say that we are not going to be able to train ourselves out of this problem. We've got to recognize that there is something more that needs to be done. I do know in talking to a couple of the superintendents that you have also realized that once there is a conviction or once someone's identified, some of these cadets have turned into predators, where it wasn't just a once, it was to a number of cadets that they had either sexually harassed or sexually assaulted. So it's a very serious problem, and these are our leaders for the next generation. We have a responsibility. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment. And I'm hopeful that we'll make a number of trips to the academies over the course of the next year to work with you. With that, we will stand adjourned.
Hey, one question. This is our That's right. Yeah.
There are nearly 100 new members of the House of Representatives this year.